Be nice. I don't know. Why is that on this? Oh, there it is. Oh, 2 days left and still on my strike. Go on till the strike's over. Loud and clear. It's only me and you here. Trouble when this account's shadow banned as well, isn't it? Aye, aye, Land Rover. Soon go by. Yeah. Does it matter? Does she matter? Oh. Don't get old, people. Don't go for granddad naps in the afternoon. You think you can have an hour and you end up having 6. Fucking assholes. Just watched an interesting thing on USS Richard Montgomery. Go on. He got blown up, did it, by the Houthis. Which one was it? Was it Richard Montgomery that got all his GPS taken out on it? I haven't seen anything interesting other than the inside of my eyelids. Oh, right, okay. Hey, William. No, I've only seen the inside of my eyelids. And I woke up and it was like, I saw a couple of people had clipped stuff. Yogi clipped someone. And somebody else put something else up about somebody buying subscribers, buying 450 subscribers. Hello, Max. Then the ginger ring was on. Where's all the old live streams? Where's the old streamers? Some Ron's last night. That was a good laugh. I don't think I joined until 3 o'clock in the morning. Elliot Blunt, how much does 450 subscribers cost you? Fucking assholes. Have you heard of Buttongate? Have I heard of Buttongate? Buttongate? Is that Buttongate? What's it code for? Buttongate. It costs you your souls, doesn't it, Blunt? Oh, fucking hell. And I heard it shouting, I've been here for 6 years. I got nearly 2,000 subs. And somebody said, fuck me, it's taken you 6 years to get 2,000 subs. Obviously somebody else put a video up of them buying 450 subs. Oh God. I want to know what Button Gate is. Hello, Spike. So who we got in the house? Who we got in the house? We got Michael Castro with the gold. Land Raver. William. Max. Blunt. Dodgy Spike. That's Spike's Panicle. That's it. That's all we got, Charlie. It would help if I put a link in, wouldn't it? Stupid. Put that in. May as well pin the bugger. See me sharing it again and again. Hit the like button and we will start. Hit the like button and we will start the show. Back. Love it. So I haven't been down any rabbit holes lately, Max. Yeah. Well, it is midnight as well, isn't it? And I didn't advertise it. I was just bored.com and I've been looking at my eyelids for about 6 hours. Woke up and I thought, surely somebody's live. Surely I can go listen to somebody live. Hello.
How are you doing?
Not so bad. Yourself?
Doing great. Having fun watching the clown show.
The clown show?
Oh, yeah, government, you know.
Oh, right, yeah, the government. Yeah.
Still only 7 likes and 17 people. I'm not going to say a word until there's like 17 likes. Oh, there we go. At least a couple more. Come on. You can take them back if you want after.
Yeah, hit the unlike button. Unlike button's better.
Yeah, hit the unlike button.
Unlike button's well better.
I can't tell how many people did that, though. I don't have that. I don't have that app to see.
The unlike button triggers the algorithm better.
Does it?
Yeah, because YouTube want to know why you're unliked.
Oh, they know why they don't like me.
Yeah.
I guess they don't know why other people don't like me, but that might be interesting to try. Get everybody to hit the unlike button on a video.
GCTV. You're not blocked. You're there in the chat, mate.
Yep. See you just fine.
Yep. The general. I can see the general. He's definitely there.
My dodgy Spike. Yeah, all right. Well, I give up. Nobody's given any likes.
No, like button's on straight.
I'll be back in a second. I'll tell you my story if there's a few more likes there. I don't know.
Yeah. Button gate. I've Googled it and all I got was fucking gates. And gate handles. Perhaps don't look through Google.
Yeah. If you guys want to know what button gate is.
Alright.
If they want to know what button gate is, Oh, maybe they don't have the strength. I don't know.
Is it anything to do with chivalry?
No,
Man,
no. You're gonna love it.
hit the like button twice just to make sure. That's always a good option.
Yeah.
It's in the garden.
They don't believe me. I don't think they believe me. I'm not going to tell you the story unless I see a couple likes. Like, come on. It's worth a like, isn't it? No movement. In the garden? Is it in the garden? Oh, okay.
Ah,
No,
so yeah, as a Canadian,
might be in the garden. Shh. Don't tell them. Don't tell them. I'll let you guess, but you know. Well,
so Mark Carney is good.
yeah. Oh, it looks like somebody hit the like button. Okay. Thank you, whoever that was. I'm absolutely lying. Nobody hit the button. But I'll tell you the story anyway. So, yeah, there was a Polyev. He's our conservative, I guess, Workers' Party for you guys, Republicans for the U.S. They were having a rally, and our Liberal Party decided that they needed some help with their, their messaging. So what they did is they printed off a whole bunch of buttons for them and brought them to the rally and scattered them like on the floor and tables and all over the place so that people could pick them up and put them on and start chanting slogans.
Stop the steal.
Oh, yes. All the slogans were MAGA, Trump-esque, yeah, stop the steal, all kinds of stuff like that. Yeah. So, yeah, they were trying to smear Polyev as a Trumper so that they could, put that in the press. Look, he's just like Trump, because, of course, the press assumes that nobody likes Trump. So, yeah. So that's so what you do is you take a bunch of Trump, make Canada great again, stop the steal, and all kinds of other little sayings, and you plant those, and then you try and say that the other party is like Trump, extreme MAGA. They tried that a few years ago, pinning extreme MAGAism on them.
A vote for Carney is a vote for Wexit. There is no climate crisis.
Yeah. So I thought that was brilliant of them. They got caught because they were out bragging about it at bars. And they happened to brag to a reporter.
Yeah. You spoke about it, didn't you?
So I don't know what
that's it, blunt, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everybody loves a Trump. He's making Israel great again.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know how this is going to go for Carney. He's apparently leading in the polls that the TV puts out. In every other poll and every other metric, he's doing like Biden. So he's basically just going to now do his campaign from the basement like Biden did.
Why? I mean, why are they saying that Canadian citizens are going to be dragged to the CCP for a bounty?
I don't know. There's the PPC. And there's PPC, People's Party. But China
China.
is in control partly of Canada, also Europe.
He's on CBC CBCNN Live, doing a speech that this behaviour or anything fluctuating in this spirit is unacceptable and cannot happen. He's been in the basement up until today, hasn't he? Oh, DBS. He's been in his basement up until today, hasn't he?
Yeah. Now he's saying that we need guns and planes because we're going to go to war, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Steve.
That's our biggest worry right now is getting more guns and planes, right? While they're trying to take away our guns.
Yeah.
Let's get ready for war. Give us all your guns.
You had new laws imposed on your guns?
They keep imposing them, but nobody ever goes and gets the guns. Hi, DBS.
I mean, I was watching a video a couple of days ago, and in America, they've gone from everybody wanting to buy Glocks and top sliders.
Yeah.
To everybody now, there's 66% increase in people buying revolvers.
Yeah, they're more reliable, more durable, and more reliable.
And bigger caliber.
Yeah. Less cleaning too, right?
Yeah. More stopping power.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody's seen the videos where somebody.
Yeah, good old 45 will put a hole in you.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, they got different fucking shot loads as well, though, haven't they?
Oh, do they? Yeah. I'm not a gun enthusiast myself, so.
Powder loads.
Yeah. So you can fit the same load in the same barrel, or because some of them are longer, aren't they? Like longer shots.
Yeah, no, the cartridges. So the brass cartridges have got a higher load of powder.
Yeah.
More explosive, more power.
Can they make the powder more or less explosive? Is that what they're doing, or are they just putting more? Really? That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely less moving parts.
Yeah, I thought powder was powder, you know. That's cool.
Yeah,
a lot less moving parts. I think you can still fire it if the trigger mechanism gets fucked up too. As long as you can get the hammer to do something.
Yeah, I mean, I like Matey that does a triple shot as he draws it out of his holster. He goes bang, 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 3 shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Hi, Trace.
He flicks the trigger 3 times before he's actually ready to pull the trigger.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some of those fast shooters. That's amazing. There's that one old guy straight from the hip. He shoots a coin out of the sky every time.
Oh, Bruce. Well, we got a paedophile backstage.
Hey, Bruce.
I don't know who you are, paedophile, but I think somebody's changed your name.
Well, just you can put your avatar up big as the solo and have him up and see if he's okay.
Oh yeah, no, I've got loads of banners.
Huh.
But I'm just giving them the heads up that obviously they've been on somebody else's channel and somebody's changed their name to paedophile.
Oh.
Hello, Trace. Hello, Bruce.
Hi, Bruce. Trace, DBS. Yeah, I can't believe he's going to spend all our money on arms, because he's probably just going to ship them, because they're going to ship them all to Ukraine. That's what they're going to do.
Well, most of them have been shipped to Ukraine already, haven't they?
Yep. That's what they were going to do with the guns that they took from Canadians, ship them off to Ukraine.
But I don't understand it because Canada ain't done a deal with BlackRock. Everybody else has done a deal with BlackRock. You got
For
BlackRock, and you got what's the other big investor company called? BlackRock and somebody else. I mean, they own massive amounts of Ukrainian land.
Yeah.
For giving them the loans, but like all the other countries have been doing deals with BlackRock for minerals.
Yeah, Canada just wants to give it all away. That's what they want to do.
Some of them, that's it. Vanguard, thank you, Spike. Yeah, but also some of the countries have been doing deals for crops.
Oh, great!
But we know that Ukraine grows the majority of crops that the Ukraine grows is GMO crops. You know.
Yeah.
Now, when see the Polish had done their harvesting, and like they were trying to push the Ukrainian crops onto Poland, and Polish farmers were, blockades everywhere and emptying the trailers, emptying the railway carts, stopping the trains, tipping it all out on the tracks. And it's like because they were damaging the Polish economy, trying to sell them cheap GMO crops, whereas the Polish crops aren't GMO. So yeah, all the farmers stood up. I mean, I know our farmers in the UK here. I mean, they've thrown a few rallies in London, but I think it's time our farmers start fucking shit spreading. Shit spread the government.
Yeah.
Fucking blockade Dover, stop the cheap shit coming into this country. And so I mean, like everybody's like support the farmers. So many of the fucking farmers sold out. They sold out, and now they're being fucked by the Labour government. They'd already sold out. They'd already gone for these SSIs and fucking extra ditches. So instead of having like a fucking 2-foot ditch by your edge, all of a sudden you got a 14-foot ditch that you're not allowed to fucking plow. And like taking the grant money to plant rapeseed and taking grant money not to fucking plant other crops, and diversifying, taking a grant to go from dairy to beef, then from beef to fucking dairy, then from that to fucking arable. My uncle did it. He chased the fucking money. And it's like, fucking hell. Where'd you get? How did you get the money for a new tractor? Oh, grants.
That's how they get you.
Yeah. And so, and then, I mean, we got grade A land down here in I'll think of the village in a minute. Right, it's all grade A land, right?
Yeah.
Good growing, good production land, right?
Yeah.
Well, the farmer sold out to have a solar farm on it, right?
Oh.
So all the villagers, all the fucking locals have all said no fucking solar farm. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. Local council saying it's grade A land, surely you can find worse land.
Yeah.
To actually grow on, or to put these fucking solar panels on. Yeah. Loads of people have said, well, look what happened up the country on that largest solar farm. We had a hailstorm, and all of a sudden, all the fucking solar power is all smashed up in the fucking fields.
Yep,
yeah,
it's fucking useless.
Now, the only thing you can do around the solar farm is graze sheep. But this farmer isn't a sheep. It isn't a sheep farmer. So you're taking away grade A growing land, and putting solar panels on it, right?
Yeah.
So it was all voted against, right? All voted against. The fucking council, the government has come in and said, no, we need wind farm. We need wind farms. We need solar farms.
Like fuck. Yeah.
Right? So they've overturned the vote.
Yeah, that's pretty common thing in your country right now, eh?
Yeah,
Just,
the government has overturned the locals. So it's like,
yeah.
well, all the locals will stop any fucking work being taken out. I mean, they did it the other day with a load of fucking trees. They wanted to cut these trees down at like 200 years old or whatever,
Yeah.
you know, to make way for fucking CCTV cameras and fucking aerial masts. So all the locals is like, you ain't cutting the fucking trees down. So they put fences up and blocked them, and you know, the council hadn't dotted all the I's and dotted all the T's in its application for cutting these trees down.
Yeah.
So at the moment, the council have got to go to court to change the ruling. The Gales lifted off the panels on the solar farm. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they're so easily destroyed, unfortunately. Well, fortunately. It's a stupid technology to use for large scale.
Look, it works on a van. It works on a horse box.
Yeah.
It works. You know, it works on.
Yeah, put them on the bus stops, you know, put them for little lights here or there, you know.
Yeah.
Little advertisement lights, that works, you know. The road sign.
But then you've got monocrystalline or polycrystalline. You know, so you've got some solar panels are better than other solar panels.
Yep.
Then you got cheap Chinese panels.
Yeah.
You know, so there's like loads of different types of panels. I mean, I was doing van conversions and horse boxes, obviously. You know, and we were putting solar panels on the roofs and everything. Now, in my workshop, I had 500 watt bulbs. Yeah. And those 500 watt bulbs would start charging the charging system.
Yeah.
You know, those 500 watt bulbs would actually charge. Now the panels also, they would trickle charge under a street lamp.
Yeah, that's good. That's pretty impressive. Yeah.
So they would trickle you. So yeah, you wouldn't get a great voltage, you know. So if you was using solar in your van, solar before your battery, so you'd run out, you know. But if you're just trickle charging overnight, you know,
nice.
Yeah, I put them on when the Transit Customs first came out. The Ford Transit Custom. My mate, he got rid of his T5 and bought a Transit Custom, and he converted that because he's a driller, so he goes up and down the country doing deep drills, and he gets his night money, so he converts a van and he stays in the van, you know. Instead of going to a hotel and staying in the hotel, he's staying in his van and keeps the overnight money.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, like warehouse roofs, Steve. You know.
Yeah.
I think instead of having all these solar farms that takes up arable land or grazing land or good production land, there's loads of roofs out there. Loads of roofs out there. You know, they don't have to take land. There's roofs out there. But they haven't even got battery banks. They aren't even storing the electricity.
No, it feeds into the grid. During, yeah.
And then the grid gets overloaded.
Yeah, and then they back the power off. Blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. It's a huge waste.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you get a battery bank for it, that's a better idea. But those are expensive.
Oh yeah, but I mean that's what all your van dwellers, your horse boxes, you know, you know, they've all got battery banks. They're all feeding battery banks. You know, people that I know that I've done solar panel for. You know, I've also done the small marine wind generators. No, those wind generators, the marine ones that you put on a yacht and what have you, they're pucker. You know, they're expensive, they're heavy, they're well constructed, but they will charge a 24-volt system, no problem at all.
What kind of turbine is it? One of the blade ones, or is it?
Blade ones. Yeah.
Yeah, you should look into the cylinder ones. They're much more efficient. They don't They don't overrun. You know, those are much better. They could do wind power and solar, but they won't do it right. They won't do it with because they're using lithium. Lithium's terrible, and they could be using graphene batteries.
Yeah.
They're much better.
Well, it's like in London now, all or nearly all e-bikes now have been banned from the railway. You can't take an e-bike now onto the railway, overground or underground. You can't take an e-bike because they've had so many e-bike fires. Now, why aren't they reporting that? They've had e-bike fires on the trains, so they've now decided to ban the e-bikes from going on the trains. You can have the little fold-up ones, but you can't take your normal e-bike onto a train because they've had too many fires.
How are you going to have your 15-minute city? I guess everybody will have to have a teeny fold-up one, eh?
Yeah, it was an Uber driver, right? Now, and he lives outside the city, like in Acton or somewhere like that, and he would jump on the train. He'd jump on the train at Hayes or whatever, go into central London, and then he'd log on and start taking deliveries. Right now, his only way of getting into central London is either by a taxi or fucking cycle all the way to London. He said, but like if he goes all the way to London on his battery, he ain't gonna have enough battery left to do his deliveries. So it defeats the object of getting to London and then doing all his Uber deliveries. But yeah, he earns like 60-70 pound a day on deliveries, you know, for like 4 hours work.
Yeah.
In central London. Leeds have banned e-scooters off the buses. Yeah. So they all want you. E-scooters, unless they've got a seat, are banned anyway, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah, in the UK, unless they're the ones that the council rent out to you. Any other e-scooter that hasn't got a seat on it is banned.
Oh yeah, this kid at work, he got this. It's got dual motors, 4-speed. It'll go up to probably looks like around. I don't know. The kid only put it into second speed, and it was doing about 45 to 60, somewhere in there. This thing was insane. It'll probably do around 60 to 80 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, Steve, it's definitely an attack on farming. Look.
How's that?
Doing all these solar powers and wind power, right?
Yeah.
Every single household, every except for the ones that have got wells, right?
Yeah.
There's fucking great 2-foot round pipes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Delivering water up and down the country, all over the country, right?
Yep.
All they got to do is shut that water down, cut that fucking pipe, and stick it in a fucking turbine.
Yeah.
Right. And as that water's traveling down through that pipe, yeah,
Yep.
It's producing electricity. They don't need to fuck up the land. They don't need to take away the land from the farmers, because there's enough fucking water pipes, be it wastewater or be it freshwater, and then battery banks, and battery banks, they can be stored underground anyway for better cooling. They don't have to be stored on the farmland.
Well, they planted a 5G tower in front of everybody's neighbor, around everybody's neighborhood. They could do that for sure, Yeah. There's lots of things they can do. Apparently LEDs, some people are selling banks of LED lights because they work as power supply too. They actually will produce a current in a long term, like it doesn't decay like the solar cells.
Yeah, but it's like, mate, there's a guy. Right. Obviously, you've got neutral and live, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are your cables that are going across.
Yeah.
So and then obviously Earth is just Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all your phase cables, is what we see between the telegraph poles, right?
Yep.
Now, there's a guy. He's got electric cables running over his property, right?
Okay.
And what they did is they followed, because he said, look, you can go across my land. Obviously, he gets paid X amount for poles, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the only way you're going to do it is by following my fence line. He said, I don't want fucking telegraph poles going right across the middle of my field so that I can't farm the field, So they followed this, what's it called? And then he noticed that at certain times of the day, his metal fence underneath the fucking pylons was getting electrically charged.
Yeah.
So he's now drawing free electricity from his fence that's underneath, and he set up the experiment and everything else to show how much electricity is being produced.
Yeah.
From the cables above him, resonating.
Nice. Down to the antenna he built. Yeah.
Yeah. So during the day, sometimes during the day, he's got decent bit of power supply.
Yeah. That's
So
nice.
so he's like obviously had to insulate his fencing because it was being electrically charged. so now he's running like insulated wire, steel wire, which is like producing electricity to his battery bank.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's all free.
That's
But he's had the government out to him and everything out to him for stealing electricity now.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah.
I don't have a line on your line. Prove it.
It's crazy.
It's not theft if you're giving it away.
But right? I mean, in the UK, I mean, surely, anybody in the chat, surely you can remember the pylons, right? Now, they used to have these big ceramic, or not ceramic, they used to have these big glass discs up on the pylons. Well, you used to hear them fucking vibrating, I mean, when we was kids, we used to try and smash the fuckers.
Yeah.
Because they made good magnifying glasses. Yeah, but we used to try and smash them, Yeah, you do all kinds of crazy shit as a kid, don't you? Like putting 2p pieces on the railway track and watching them get squashed. Yeah,
done that.
So you could get the biggest 2p piece.
Yeah, there's loads of free energy out there. Even the towers, right now, they're emitting free energy that you can gather on just the cell towers and that. If you have a big enough antenna, you'll get energy.
And everything's dead around them, but you don't see anybody there ever fucking spraying or streaming, do you?
No.
But everything ground level around the bottom of the tower is all dead.
Yeah, and the short ones, yeah.
Yeah.
The taller ones, the birds hide underneath it because there's a small area where there's no signal.
Yeah.
People used to film it and say they're attacking the cell towers. No, they're just getting out of the radiation.
Mm. Yeah, but it was like during lockdown, wasn't it? When they went around and they started changing all the light bulbs to LED light bulbs, you know, and some of them were filming it, and it was like hazardous.
Hazardous? What is it? How's it hazardous?
Well, your LED bulbs are hazardous, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what they want to use to communicate with your DNA.
Yeah. Well, Trillisk Hospital, they changed all their lighting from instead of being white light, they changed it all to this blue light.
Yeah.
And then there was a few accidents because obviously the ambulances are blue lights, and people because the they changed the light into blue, people weren't seeing the blue lights on the ambulance. It was cancelling the ambulance's strobe lights out.
Idiots.
There was a couple of accidents where they actually collided with cars not stopping at the junction because they didn't realize the ambulance was on blue light.
Yeah. Trump actually unbanned incandescent bulbs.
Yeah.
That's one of the good things he actually did. Well, he's done a lot of good stuff. I'm still petrified of his Stargate program, though.
Yeah.
I think everybody's a little iffy about that. But, yeah.
Well, he's got to make money for Elon somewhere, hasn't he? With all these sanctions on everybody else, making Tesla suffer.
Well, they'd be making money, wouldn't they, off the repairs?
Well, no, I mean, because Tesla imports like from 170 different firms, is it, that he imports all his stuff in from?
Oh.
So he's having to pay, like he imports loads of shit from China.
Yeah.
He's having to pay 146% sanctions on it, isn't he? Tariff on it.
Yeah, that'll cut into the profits.
Well, it's either going to cut in the profits or it's going to push the price, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's like years ago when we sanctioned Germany. I know loads of people who were going out to Germany, buying BMWs, bringing them back to UK, ordering them in Germany as right-hand drive or left-hand or right-hand drive, bringing them back to the UK, running them for a couple of months, and then selling them. But because you've gone over the time scale, you don't have to pay an import duty on them. And they were making like $4,000 profit on a car.
Nice. Yeah.
Because we put sanctions on Germany. So like BMW, like Lewis's BMW, the price of a BMW was stupid money because it was all putting sanctions on.
Yeah. Yeah, auto prices are definitely going to go up in Canada. But gas has gone down at the moment. That's because Carney took off the carbon tax for a little while.
Yeah, that's only until he gets elected.
Yeah. Everybody knows that, I hope. But I don't know. They're doing a great job of manufacturing consent, you know. The TV is just pounding it out as much as it can in the media. That Carney's in the lead. He's the one's going to win. So we'll see what happens. I think they're going to try to cheat. I don't know if they can cheat enough, but who knows? Probably be the same as the Biden victory.
Yeah.
Paul, yeah, he's kind of a climate guy, but he still wants to run pipelines, which is cool. So I don't mind taking care of the climate and having fuel. That's okay. You know.
Oi, optical. Farms are set for automation. Yeah, I mean, milk, you've got some of the dairy farms, DBS, they're automated. My mate, he does fertilizer.
Yeah.
And he's got this overhead. It's all done on concrete. It's all done on concrete. And you take all your garden trimmings and all that lot to him, and basically it goes and it turns it all over. So so it rots down.
Yeah.
You got all the heat and everything and all the steam coming off that like mad.
Yeah.
And I said, surely there must be a way that you can like he'll do chopped wood as well.
Yeah.
He's got a machine that chops it all into fine particle, and a lot of the equestrian places, they use it for sand schools because they mix it with rubber chip-ins, and a lot of people use it as bedding.
Yeah. I had a design for a house where you had one of the walls was a compost heap where you had a compost mulcher.
Yeah.
You build up the heat on the wall and it would heat the house. So
Yeah.
There's good uses for it, for the heat,
Yeah, but in this country, we don't do it. We don't utilize it. There's like loads of stuff and we don't even utilize it.
If we let people loose on building what kind of houses they want, there'd probably be a few deaths, but you'd probably come up with some really cool houses. There's some pretty inventive people out there. I like the idea of a circular house myself with a courtyard in it. I think that's a cool idea,
In St. Burrion. No, not St. Burrion. In Haymore, sorry, in Penzance. I lived in a roundhouse.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, and in the middle of the roundhouse, so you had like 2 bedrooms upstairs.
Yeah.
It was all timber framed, all timber, right? Loads of glass, sliding doors and what have you. But in the middle was a chimney. And we had a log burner.
Yeah.
Right. That log burner, oh my God, the amount of heat, we had snow one year.
Yeah.
We had like 3 ton of logs delivered. And you had hardwood and softwood because it's best to mix it. The heat that was coming off that log burner, man, it was the middle, there was snow all over the ground,
Yeah. Yeah, the windows open.
We had the patio doors wide open.
Yeah.
And I kept telling my missus, I was obviously out doing the horses and what have you. And I'd come in and it would be absolutely baking.
Yeah.
And I kept telling her, stop putting fucking logs on the fire. But we used to have a kettle on top of that, big wrought iron kettle. You used to move it to one side and it used to sit there. And you had permanent hot water. And then I said, when they designed it, why didn't they put a back boiler on the back of it?
Yeah.
Right. So looked into it. My mate built a copper coil, and we actually put a copper coil on it, and we was getting hot water from the to the sink for washing the dishes.
Nice.
Instead of turning the boiler on, which was like immersion heater on, which was straight to the grid, and like the toilet to get up to the drain. The toilet was what was it? What do they call it? Where it mushes everything and then pumps it up. I can't think what the toilet is.
Pump?
A macerator
No.
pump. Yeah, so like because we were like 50 foot or 60 foot away from the main drain, they
Mhm.
put a macerating toilet in.
Okay. What's that?
Well,
Just
you
a
had
compost?
so yeah, so you had a holding tank,
Yeah.
and then so you'd flush into that holding tank. And then when it got to a certain level, the
Mm.
pump would kick on. It would macerate everything, and then it would feed it up to the main drain. The main
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
a shit chopper toilet. That's be the
Yeah.
one, James Patrick.
Yeah, that's a good explanation there. Shit chopper toilet. Yeah.
Yeah. That be the one. Oh my god, James, did you see fucking your twin account earlier on Do His Live, did you? Right. For a coffee drinker, you spell coffee CAFFE apparently. EE apparently.
Do you?
Yeah, apparently. But he's got two coffee machines, but he can't spell coffee.
Coffee. That's how you say it in New York, right? Coffee.
Yeah, Shetland is Sunderland.
Hi, James. Good to see you.
Yeah, we all got it from it. We all got it from him. From him, should I say, but because of Ron's stream. You know, I missed half the stream.
Yeah.
But apparently we were trolling everybody on Ron's stream. I didn't think we were trolling anybody.
One man's troll, eh?
Yeah.
Were you telling people information that they didn't like to hear?
No,
No?
nothing. No, we were
No?
just talking about different YouTubers. If you had the chance to make a film, who would out of all the YouTube people you know, who would you want the film to be made about? You know,
Oh, yeah.
loads of things.
Must have been the way you were talking or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nathan was trolling via London Girl. London Girl, mermaid, come up, mermaid.
Oh, maybe you got caught up in a trolling. That was it.
Yeah. Why are you a London Girl falling out? I'm gonna go backstage and I'm gonna have this out with the pair of you. You need to speak, London Girl, mermaid.
Oh, I hate drama. I don't know why people get their feelings hurt when they're on YouTube. It's ridiculous.
LED screen. Sometimes it's wound me up. It has wound me up. I've got to admit, it has wound me up.
If somebody says something really stupid, I'll get kind of angry, but I won't let them see it. You know. What do you call it? Peer pressure? Was it peer pressure? Oh yeah.
You know? Like before I released everything, you know, I was. It didn't matter where I went. Fucking hell, everybody talked about fucking. Let's fuck shit up. What's up? You know, and it didn't matter where I fucking went. It was like, and I was like, for fuck's sake, man, for fuck's sake. And then when all that shit happened to Tyrone, it was like, right, it's fucking time to put it out there. Has anybody seen fuck me, man, those names gone out of me. Yogi, anybody seen Yogi's clips today?
Hmm.
He's a clipper.
Well, that Sabrina Wallace she keeps saying she's going out and then she keeps coming back. She's making videos again. So,
Is she?
yeah.
I thought the CIA or somebody had got to her. I did.
No, not yet.
Hmm. But then, it's like over here in the UK, you've got so many people that they actually let speak, because they're paid to speak,
Yeah.
and they get that they get all that little bit of information, shared with them that they can then do a live stream about or do a video about, so that somebody's saying the loud part out loud, like the paid shills,
Yeah.
that seem to be protected because they can say anything they want on YouTube without getting a strike.
Oh, yeah. If I said whatever, who was that guy? The one that did the doctors on TV. Now he's got his own YouTube channel. If I said anything like he said, I'd be banned completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Blunt, Toosey and Hopkins. Oh my God, the shit that they come out with. If I come out with half the shit they come out with, I'd be fucking arrested for fucking Islamophobia, wouldn't I?
I'm not allowed to talk about anything vaccine unless I say they're great.
Yeah, but then what's he called was supposed to be talking all that, wasn't he? Matey with a sore throat, JFK.
Yeah. That's in America. I'm in Canada, so it's a lot
Yeah.
different. They've got anti-Semite laws. We've got anti-vaccine kind of. They're not even laws, really.
Yeah, but that's only because
We have anti-LGBTQ laws.
Yeah.
So,
But that was only because Trudeau owned the he owned the patent on the fucking.
yeah, he's got a lot of money invested in Moderna that he wants to open up a. They wanted to open up a factory here.
Yeah.
So, sure, they'll still do that. That's probably still in the works. So he's got his hand in that.
Yep, Jeff Taylor, history debunked. Mind you, history debunked. I mean, he has been struck a few times. History debunked has.
Never heard of history debunked.
He's normally on about 6 o'clock in the morning. He'll do like a 10-minute recorded.
Yeah, I'll look him up. We have to listen to everybody, even the disinfo people.
Yeah, history debunked. Yeah, he goes all over the world, doesn't he? And he just happened to go to Israel the other day.
Oh yeah.
Taking a few strikes makes him appear credible. Yeah, that's right, Landrather.
Is he the guy with the mustache? Does he have a mustache, or is he a young guy?
Yeah. Old guy.
Old guy with a mustache.
Old boy. Yeah, he's written some quite controversial books.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I got him here.
Coincidence. Coincidence. Yeah, that's a good word that was.
Here's a link to it.
Yeah, Labour got chucked out of Israel, but history debunked got allowed in.
Nice.
Mayor Toosey was allowed in as well.
I don't know if that's good or bad. Yeah, I gotta question that, right?
Yeah.
Israel's very tight on their PR.
Yeah. He went from hello Ron. He went from like 80,000 subs, spent 24 hours in Israel, and then come back with like 500,000 subs.
Wow.
But he can say words that you or I wouldn't even get away with.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, is it more dangerous? Is it more dangerous at this point to be an aid worker in Gaza or a reporter?
I
know it's worse than crab fishing.
I think there's been more reporter deaths than there has been aid worker deaths, hasn't there?
I haven't kept count, unfortunately.
I mean, aid workers. They've been bombed. They've been shot at. You know, there was like 15 killed the other day. Obviously, you had the 6 that were bombed. World Kitchen. The UNICEF buildings all set fire to and bombed, weren't they?
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but there wasn't that many casualties on that. But I think it's actually, I mean, reported casualties. So I think it's actually reporters that are more likely. I mean, on the 10th of October or the 11th of October.
Yeah,
I think it was like 9 or 10 reporters that all got took out, that were like told to go and stand over there and set up over there, and the next minute, kaboom, they got lit up. And all they could do
tell whether they're actually targeting them or if their targeting isn't working right.
There's something not right about it, isn't there?
Yeah.
Well, it was like Trump, wasn't it? It was like Trump. They had the tribal meeting, yeah. And they have those tribal meetings where they all make a big oval shape, and you have one guy, you have the tribe leader stood in the middle, you know, no vehicles, no nothing, no weapons, no nothing, and Trump drops a bunker buster on them. You know, like for a few days they were saying like biggest mistake ever, you know, kills this tribe. And now it's all gone radio silence on it.
Yeah. I think I heard about it, but no, I didn't hear much about it. Yeah, he just takes people out, you know. He's not had a declaration of war with any of these people. He just, there you go.
Yeah. We'll help Israel.
Yeah, anything to help Israel. Get the job done, he said, right?
Yeah, get the job done. Get the job done. Me and Jared, we want to build our hotel complexes. We want to build our gambling houses. Get the job done, people.
Trump of Gaza.
Yeah, Trump Gaza.
Or Gaza Lago.
Yeah. Gaza Lago. I want to build some more golf courses.
Want to give people a really good time. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Going to be great. Going to be great.
Greatest thing people have ever seen. Just got to wipe out these people first. How many Palestinians have died to this point? What, like a quarter of their population? Or is it not that bad?
Well, what did they say? They said there at the beginning, they said 2.1 or 2.2 million, did they say? Was the population? Because obviously you've got, as well as Gaza, obviously you've got all the outlying. Yeah, you've got the outlying settlements as well, which are all being displaced
Yeah.
now. But I think it stands at about 56k, is it? I think it's about 56k, and a third of them are children.
Population 2.1 million. Yeah, that's a good chunk of them.
Well, somebody just that Elon admits Doge failed as Trump officials turn on him. Sure, text message. No, I just made a coffee. Yeah, that.
Oh yeah, do you have you heard anything with Iran lately about them?
But apparently they've had a major breakthrough on their nuclear stuff, haven't they?
Have they?
Yeah, they've I can't remember what it was, but they've had a major breakthrough on their nuclear stuff, which Trump is interested in. Trump is interested in that, you know. But obviously it's Iran, Russia, you know, because Russia is the leader in it all, isn't it? You know, so Iran was working with Russia, obviously, but they've had some sort of breakthrough on some sort of electricity production.
Okay.
Which Trump's interested in it, interested in speaking to Iran about it. But they're allowed to do their nuclear because they're a member of that nuclear thing. I can't remember what it's called.
Okay.
Whereas America came out of the agreement under Biden, wasn't it? The nuclear deal where you allow the fucking inspectors in to inspect everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called.
Why are they claiming what are they claiming? They don't have nukes or
I don't know whether they have nukes or not. But they've definitely found a cheaper way of producing nuclear power than the rest of us. You know, our nuclear power facilities.
Okay. What they do underground, probably.
Yeah.
See, I never understood why we didn't do that. Turn the the nickel mine into a nuclear reactor.
Yeah.
You know, instead of a neutrino detector. Fucking stupid.
Ron, go and watch that and go and watch Nathan's live at 2 times. You need to watch it 2 times speed, James. Slander.
The last I heard about Iran, they were saying if we'll get rid of our nukes if Israel gets rid of its nukes. I like that. That's sticking it to them.
Well, that was all to do about JFK and the assassination, wasn't it? You know, shortly after the assassination, all of a sudden, Israel have got yellow cake and Israel have got nuclear weapons. But then out in the desert, in the Israeli part, there's natural yellow cake in the ground.
Where is it? In Gaza?
Yeah. But is in the settlement area where nobody, it's like nobody lives there. But no, they've got yellow cake there.
Okay.
They had a yellow cake mine. But who did they buy it? I think originally they got yellow cake off the UK and off somebody else.
Hmm.
Originally, like in the 1940s.
Yeah, you'd have to refine it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah. But that's what they use in the production of nuclear weapons, isn't it?
yeah.
Mm.
So they probably just didn't have the facilities for refining.
Well, also you need the reactor as well, don't you?
Yep. Yeah, a nuclear reactor underground would be way better because you could really store the heat, like keep the heat in, and have any waste. Probably wouldn't have to worry about cooling as much.
Yes, Blunt. Big up the Semites. Big up the Semites. That's why I think it's funny when everybody says fucking anti-Semitic. Mm.
I'm probably Iranian because I have blonde hair and blue. Well, I had blonde hair and blue.
Yeah.
I'm a mixed breed, so it went brown when I was like 7.
Iranian or Aryan?
Aryan.
Aryan, that's an Aryan race, yeah.
Yeah. And that's where the Nordic tales say that the Vikings were from was from Iran in that area. That's their origins. So any people out there that are blue-eyed, you're probably Semites.
Yeah, I got bright blue eyes.
Yeah.
I had blonde hair as a kid. It was now white.
Yeah, I'm a Caucasian, right? Yeah, you're right. Enter name here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There was 12 tribes, and I don't think any of them were Yiddish, were they?
No.
Not that I know of.
They were Abrahamic tribes, weren't they?
Yeah.
Abrahamic religions.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's even a link there through the name Brahma and Abraham. And even the wife's name is pretty much the same for the Indian Vedas and that. Yeah. It's kind of funny. Plus, in the story, if you read the story of Abraham and Sarah, it says in the beginning of the story that they are a metaphor. So,
yeah.
I forget which book it is, but yeah. So there is no line of David, but there are Semites because we spoke Semitic languages, that's for sure. Mark is live.
Yeah, I don't even know who Mark is.
Big fight, hurry. Open panel.
Yeah. We don't know who Mark is. Whatever your name is. I can't even read what the name is in StreamYards. StreamYards doesn't give me the option to read out the name.
El Padrino.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't do drama. I try not to, I'll say. Yeah, I try not to.
Hello, Brody.
You can read that one,
Uh,
but not the other one, eh?
yeah, who's Brody Diddums is? Diddums? How's the family? How's your football team? Brody's been breeding his own football team.
Nice.
Yeah.
Got a few linebackers, do you?
I don't think it's American.
Oh, not that kind of
Hopefully it is.
football. Okay. Different kind of football.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Who wants to play? I mean, the Americans think the English are crazy, and the rest of the world that play rugby are crazy because they ain't got no padding
Yeah.
and they ain't got no helmets. You know.
People are soft. You know, that's some cushion there.
Mm.
Yeah, I played football for a couple of years. It was fun.
I would have loved to have got into ice hockey. That's brutal. That is.
Yeah. Yeah, the checking and stuff. Yeah. It's in the rules, so you can do it. You know.
Slam them against the window. You know you like being a Muslim, Dimmy Blunt. Sure you bend over a lot. Fucking hell, Ron. Yeah, we ain't scared of getting fucked up, yeah. I mean, to protect your ears, you just get a bit of insulation tape and wrap that round your head a few times. I think a lot of these fucking MMA fighters would do better, you know, instead of having these cauliflower ears. I've never seen so many cauliflower ears.
Yeah, you end up on the ground, some guy just smashing at your head. So
Yeah.
until you tap out.
I've never seen so many. There's so many fighters with these fucking fucked up, turned inside out fucking ears, swollen and fucking. I've never seen so many cauliflower ears.
Yeah. They should start wearing a little bit of headgear, maybe.
Mm.
I think they wear mouth protectors, don't they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, bollock guard, and gum shield, and little fingerless gloves.
Yeah, I watched a lot. I watched the beginning of that. I love the beginning of it, watching the like the sumo wrestlers and all the other martial arts come in. That was
Yeah,
funny.
but what's happened to sumo? Where are all the sumo wrestling gone?
Well, I don't think they
Used
can compete in MMA.
No, but where are I mean, you used to see the sumo wrestlers on the TV quite a lot, didn't you? But now
Yeah.
you don't see sumo anymore, do you?
No.
Have they all died of like blocked arteries or something? I don't know.
No, I don't think they can compete on MMA. That's all. You got to be big and fast, and you know, there's some of them are pretty fast, but you know, compared to somebody who's going to just roll underneath your legs, come up behind you, and smack you in the head, it's not the same. You know, sumo
Yeah, but
wrestling it's more like a running into each other and throwing each other out of a ring, right?
yeah.
You're not really like going at each other. You
Yeah,
know?
but it used to be a big thing on TV, didn't it?
Yeah.
Sumo wrestling. It used to be a big thing
Oh
on
yeah.
TV, you know,
Yeah, it was.
like the old fashioned style wrestling,
Hmm.
you know, where it's all choreographed,
Yeah.
you know, and until all the big money took over and you know made it certain other things. I reckon Blunt and Ron, one day you should have a speak off on panel one day, I reckon.
Yeah. Sort that out there.
Yeah. Where's Peggy? We only need Peggy to come into the mix.
Yeah. Have you put the link up recently, or did you pin it?
I pinned the link.
All right.
Link's pinned. StreamYards is weird now, isn't it? Present or invite is a guest. Then you've got an arrow button so you can do something. Then you've got new scenes so you can set up different scenes. StreamYards has gone mad. Then you've got that share your referral link. Now, Smiley, I don't need to do that. Ron gets triggered enough from what I say. Open debate is good. Open debating is good.
Yeah, in the Canadian news, they were wording it Trump's response to Iran's actions. Right. And all of us Canadians were wondering, what actions did Iran take? You know, so it was they were trying to psyop, say like Iran did something. So they're definitely gearing up for some type of an attack on Iran, because they're even using the wording of it. They plastered it all over Canadian news. Got to make them into the bad guy first, and then you can go and get the bad guy.
That's right. But who's it in that great speech? You know, when they come to power, or when they were going out of power, there was supposed to be 3 world wars, and he had the list of the countries who the 3 world wars were gonna, or the 3 wars were gonna be against.
I hadn't heard about that one. I heard about the 7 the 7 regime changes list. Who was the 3rd World War supposed to be?
Well, Iran, wasn't it?
Was it Iran? Okay.
Yeah, but originally we went into Iran first, didn't we?
Well, Israel did, yeah. Didn't they take over a good section of it?
Yep.
So, yeah.
Name one thing you do that triggers me. You've responded. You fucking donkey.
Name one thing you do? Just one? Just one? Come on.
Just my existence and my presence triggers you, Ron. just putting that out there, like.
Does he come here to hate?
No, Ron doesn't. He just comes through a debate. I'm still growing my sideburns. Does that count? They're not long enough to get. They're not long enough to get the fucking curling tongs in yet.
You're gonna put a braid in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working on it too. I've got a couple of strips growing down there. The rest of my hair is growing too, so, but yeah.
Blunt, me and Ron had a conversation many moons ago about his flat black cap, his flat back hat, yeah, and his briefcase with the handcuff attached to it. You know, when he used to go and work in the gold sector.
You have a little yarmulke or what?
No, he didn't have a yarmulke. He had one of those little flat black hats.
Like the Hasidics?
Yeah. No, not the furry one. Not the furry one. Just the Orthodox ones.
Okay.
That everyday wear hat.
Okay. Yeah. Just like the little businessman hat. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's got the vest with the tassels on it. What's that vest called with the tassels on it? I can't remember what it's called.
Oh, is that a prayer shawl?
That's it, the prayer shawl. That's it. They wear that
Yeah, you
prayer
hide
shawl
underneath it when you're praying. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the other ones bondage themselves with the black cube with the Talmud verses inside it.
Mm-hmm.
And they wrap it around their arms and all that lot, don't they? And it's tied to their head.
That's not a false idol.
Mm.
In no way is it a false idol.
No.
It just happens to be a little idol they put on their head.
Yeah. The black cubes.
Yeah. Love religions and their contradictions.
Yeah. And Satan worship. Satan worship.
Yep. Well, Christ called it a synagogue of Satan.
Yeah. Satan Yahoo.
Yeah. Whatever his name was, yeah. Yeah, the story goes he was one of 72 gods that were given land on the earth by El Elyon.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But apparently one of the stories goes he wasn't actually given any land. He was given people.
Yeah.
And that those people had to go around and steal land.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah. And still land without a people, which is where they come from with the Palestine was a land without people.
Oh yeah. That's what it was.
Yeah. And it was also Ben Gurion that was the rivers to the sea. It was David Ben Gurion that stated the rivers to the sea. And there was the two rivers of Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah.
And that's where it came from. And then when Palestine come out with the chant, which was like already being quoted in 1946, 1947, 1948, you know?
Yeah.
And that was what the two blue lines represented on the Israeli flag. And then you've got the Star of Remphan, which was Rothschild's red shield.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was how the flag came about. You know, because everywhere else in history, even the carvings on the rocks and everything else, the Jewish symbol's always been the menorah.
Mm-hmm.
Always been the
menorah, yeah.
The words being the menorah. And because it was the Rothschilds,
yeah,
then the Rothschilds was the Red Star, you know, which was where they traded from, and where he decided that instead of buying and selling gold coins and stuff like that, then it was better to lend money to the governments. So he played off governments against governments, and that's where they made their wealth. And then they had all the interbreeding, you know, but he had the red, it was called the Red Shield. It was called the Red Shield, but it's the Red Shield is the Star of Remphan. You know, it's Baal worship.
All right, cool.
But it would be a good debate, James. That's why I said it. It'd be a brilliant debate if Blunt and Ron actually both came to the panel for a debate. It'd be absolutely brilliant, I think.
Yeah, how long is what city did they buy? Did they buy Jerusalem?
Yeah. Well,
How,
no,
how
Trump.
long have they owned that?
Yeah, well, Trump bought Jerusalem, didn't he? And Trump made Jerusalem the capital.
Oh, he bought it. Trump
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no. Sorry, the Rothschilds bought it.
Yeah.
The Rothschilds already owned Jerusalem.
Yeah. Didn't they buy it in the 20s or something? Or?
Yeah, 1916 or 1917, before they did the Balfour Agreement.
Oh, yeah, long before that.
Yeah.
Well,
the Balfour Agreement was 1917,
okay.
but obviously they'd been speaking about it prior.
Yeah.
But
Buying up
Rothschild,
land.
Rothschild, but that's why the Rothschilds paid for the Knesset, and that's why Rothschilds and Trump built the Knesset in Jerusalem and made Jerusalem the capital. Hello, Strictly. Oh, what's going on? What's going on with your orange man? What's your orange man doing lately, Strictly?
You know what I bet you they're going to do is make their own Vatican City.
Yeah.
Make their own DC. They make Jerusalem into an independent state, just like DC, the Vatican, and your square mile.
Hang on a minute, JPM Team Smiler. I call all the fucking religions out. I just don't target the fucking small hats. I target all of them. Yeah, they're all fucking problematic. One's more problematic than the other, and then you look at different parts of their religion, it's more problematic than the other one. You know, they're all in competition on you know, what's the youngest age that you can have intercourse with a child. You know, they're all in competition. The Talmud's winning that one with 3 years and 1 day. You know, so
how many sects are there? You know, there's a couple of thousand in Christianity. You know, 4 in Muslim. 8 in Judaism? It's like,
fuck, give me a break. Hindus, they don't really have any organized religion, so not really a worry there. But yeah, most religions just cause problems, you know.
Orange Man has been president for 83 days. It only took 83 days to wreck the economy. Yes, make America great again. I know, let's fuck up the economy. But at the same time, we'll get all our mates to take out loans and we'll bet on the fucking exchange and we'll make them all millionaires.
Get ready for the crash.
Yeah, I agree there. Blunt. But you got the Christian leaders who bury what they do to children. You know?
Christianity, the bishops have been called out for that. The previous pope, I forget what his name was, he did an inquiry into that, and then after he got the inquiry, he quit. So, yeah, the Christians are into kids too, so, and the Muslims and the Jews, they're all doing it.
Smiler, any thoughts on Trump's speech to the Muslim terrorists? When did he do his speech, James? I haven't seen anything today. I've been looking at my eyelids. I thought I'd have a granddad nap. I slept for 6 hours, then woke up and there was nothing to watch. I thought, Jesus, I've had a whole day's sleep. What am I going to do? Nobody's live. I can't watch anything. I'm ping wide awake. Have you got a link for it, James? Trump is defying a Supreme Court order. We are in constitutional crisis. Well, he's changing all the constitution, isn't he, Strictly? Yeah, that's true. But well, a true Christian knows that they are the church, so they don't need to. Hello, Mickey. Fucking hell, I was asking about you last night because I haven't seen you around for a couple of days.
Hi, Mickey.
But yeah, you are the church, you know. So why does Christianity need all these churches, you know? But now all these churches that have all you know, they've had millions of pounds spent on them, you know, they were full of all the gold and what have you. But now they're like being sold off for housing developments and everything else, you know. I
Mm.
mean, one they've actually stopped it being, but they've already desecrated the gravestones. They've already desecrated all the gravestones,
Right.
and you know it was they stopped them too late. All right, what's this link? This is Trump's speech. That was 7 years ago. That was 7 years ago. Yeah, that was the Arab Islamic Summit 7 years ago. That was when he was first in power. Well, churches used to be a healing place, Ron. You know, the bells, you know, they used to heal, the organ used to heal because of the resonance that it used to vibrate at.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was CNN 7 years ago, that was. I remember that.
Hmm. Be right back. Gonna freshen my drink.
All right. But Trump's still aligned with Saudi Arabia, isn't he? A lot of money comes via Saudi Arabia. But then what about you know, this country? What about Labour? They're all Labour alignments. Um and obviously I don't know what's going on with Labour Friends of Israel. Don't know what's going on with Labour Friends of Israel, you know, because they're seem to be pushing all this Islamophobia stuff. Um there seems to be a lot of them, you know, obviously all the Labour councils. Then, you know, you've got Reform Party being taken over. You know, Farage was, you know, he was a great speaker on all the boats and everything else like that, you know. Then he had this mega donor that then he turned into the party chairman, you know, but he stopped speaking out about the things that people wanted him to speak out about, you know, because he was just another fucking shill, wasn't he? I read today that there's a new thing going on and people are starting to go to church in massive increases and people are getting christened. Yeah, but they I can't remember what the fucking words were now. D something D something the Church of England. There was a vote in Parliament um where the Church of England has like always been the fucking leader of the UK. And what they did is they got rid of it. No, it wasn't disbanding. It's not desanctified. Oh, I can't think of the fucking name of it. I'll find it in a minute. I did a live about it. How nobody knew that we'd voted in Parliament about basically it means there's all religions now, not the Church of England. Give me a second and I will tell you what it is. Yeah. But yeah, where the community would all meet up, villages and townspeople. Let's be honest, cities come after that. Yeah. But I mean, like, you know, down here, you know, obviously, you know, the villages, you always had the church bells, you know, and then when you started getting the city folk, the bankers, you know, they get their oh, what's that stupid fucking, they get all their bonuses, their yearly bonus, and they buy property down here. They'd move into a village, and then they'd moan about the smell of farming. Then they'd moan about the church bells because they ain't used to listening to church bells. And like then they would fucking complain to the council that every Sunday morning they're bell ringing, and every fucking Wednesday they would do bell practice at 6 o'clock in the evening. You know, so they were making applications to stop the church ringing fucking bells on a Sunday morning and doing bell practice. That's what your city folk did to your fucking villages. I had arguments. Also, what other uses were church bells for? Well, they were healing as well because there was a certain frequency. I can't remember, 430 and something, 30 megahertz. And what they did is they went around and they cracked all the bells. They put a crack in them so they were at a different resonance. Because when everybody went to church and you got the resonance in the church of people singing, the church organ, the bells, it was uplifting, it was spiritual. And they went and it was all done by the Rothschilds. Beep beep, Michelle. Beep beep. It's not evening anyway. It's 1:35 in the morning. I'm wide awake because I've been staring at the inside of my eyelids all day. I thought I'd have a granddad nap earlier, and I ended up sleeping for 6 hours. Mental.
I love napping, but 6 hours will just screw you up.
There.
I have to try to get back into a regular schedule.
Well, I was on Ron's until 6 o'clock this morning, Michelle. I think I joined at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not sure. Can't be swearing on what time it was. I was on there till 6. Then I had some bits and pieces to do. Then I was supposed to go and do a dump run because I got a load of old monitors and stuff that I wanted to fucking, and an old computer chair that I wanted to dump. But you have to make a booking to go to the dump down here now. You have to go online, make a booking so you can yeah, I rage joined. I did, James. I rage joined. But I rage joined when you was defending me, saying I wasn't a grifter.
You're a troll.
I thought, fuck this, because I was listening into it on my phone.
Yeah.
I think, and I was watching a film, and I think I dozed off.
Uh-huh.
And then I heard my name, and it was like, ping, wide awake. Like, what have I done now? Why am I being spoken about now? What the fuck have I done? I'm not even fucking listening. I must have been asleep. And I thought, I ain't going to go back and listen. Right, give me 5 minutes. I'm making the coffee and I'm coming up there. What have I done now?
Yeah.
What am I guilty of?
What did it turn out you did?
Just the usual shit, different day.
Okay.
You're trolling.
I was trolling in my sleep.
Yeah.
That's quite a skill. I've never seen anybody with that skill.
I know. How anyone in the UK can support Trump after he turned his back on the UK in favour of his dictator buddy Putin is beyond me. I like Putin. I don't like Trump. Trump's a businessman. Trump's indebted to the people that he borrowed money that saved his ass, before he lost everything. He was lucky to buy Mar-a-Lago at such a cheap price. And to me, Orange Man has always been bad, and he's the first Jewish president.
I don't mind him so far. Better than the last one.
You like dictators? I wouldn't call Putin a dictator. There it goes, JPM, watching movie, listening to YouTube. Fig said that before. Ron, I was lying in fucking bed watching a fucking movie.
Yeah.
And
he
was on
might
my
be a
mobile.
dictator, but I've seen the people in Russia. Like I visit this site called the Schizos family. Russia looks pretty damn good compared to us.
Strictly, yeah, I did like Hitler. I preferred Hitler over Churchill. And a lot of the rules that you've got in America now, and a lot of the hunting rules and animal protection rules, they all come from Hitler. Hitler was the one that put them in power, put all those rules into power.
Everybody loved Hitler before the war.
Yep.
He was man of the year.
Yep.
Times man of the year. He was great.
Now, if they actually let him be an artist, if they actually let him be an artist, he probably wouldn't have come into power. But he was chosen for that job. He was chosen, he was groomed, he was picked, and he was chosen for that job. That great speech he did in court when he got sent down. That was, that's what they they logged into. And they thought, this person, people listen to him.
Mm-hmm.
We need him. He's a great speaker. Not like fucking the toolmaker's son. The toolmaker's son spent half of fucking COVID having fucking elocution lessons and speech lessons on how to hold an audience and how to speak in public.
I had a friend that lived in Switzerland at the time of Hitler's rise. And even in Switzerland, they liked to listen to him. He would be speaking on the radio, and they would all tune in because they loved to listen to him. Not because they hated him, not because they didn't like what he was doing, because they loved listening to him. It was very uplifting, apparently.
Well, in 83 days, I can't remember how many millionaires he's already made. It wasn't even a toolmaker. His father owned and ran it. Yeah. I don't know what tools he made, what his father made. I know he had lathes and a machinery shop. What's that word, Mickey? It's not desanctified. What was the fucking word? Can't think what the word.
The toolmaker's son.
What was Not dissolved.
What, paroled?
No.
No, that's a Canadian one. We're still paroled. We have no government, but Mark Carney's going to freaking deal with Trump. That's one of the things he said when he went underground. Be back. We've lost a cat.
Smiler, are you a racist? Why am I a racist? I'm not racist. What makes you think I'm a racist, Mr. New York? And how can anybody be a racist? There is only one race.
Yeah, really, we're just a bunch of hominids screwing each other.
What the fucking hell was the bill? Bill in Parliament regarding church. See, it was read in Parliament and then it went to the House of Lords. Disestablishment of the Church of England, 29th of May 2024. The disestablishment of the Church of England to make provision that don't show up on my screen. What don't show up on your screen? What, Strictly Cycling? Strictly Cycling is a guy from New York City. Me and him used to spar over on the American side. He's a good laugh.
What about socialism? Enter name here. Do you like socialism? You don't like communism?
I like nationalism. I do. The person who called me a racist. No, he didn't call me. He asked me if I was a racist. It's called Strictly Cycling, Ron. Can you not see Strictly Cycling?
I don't see Strictly Cycling. Oh, yeah, I do. There it is. Okay.
So disestablishment of the Church of England bill, private members bill starting in the House of Lords. A bill to disestablish the Church of England to make provision for the protection of freedom of religion or belief and or connected purposes. And it was put forward by Lord Scriven, who was a Lib Dem. And there was a current version of the bill, which was Bill 29. And it was passed the 29th of May, 2024. Trump promised to end the war in Ukraine before his inauguration, 83 days later. Well, he ain't going to end the war. How anybody thinks he was going to end the war? He ain't going to end the war because they need to carry on the war because America's making so much money off it. Vanguard and BlackRock are making, buying all the land up, you know. there's the lie about the mineral deals, but Vanguard and BlackRock already own over half of Ukraine land already.
That's why he's got to get out in Gaza.
I said that. You asked me if I was a racist.
Here you go, Mr. Max.
Yeah, Trump Gaza, that's going to be like Disneyland on steroids.
Yeah. But before they started bombing, they had all those nice hotels on Gaza. But they didn't like the idea that the Palestinians ran them. And the Palestinians built them. And they bombed them all.
Well, that's what you do with competition, right?
Smiley, you don't read my comments in full. I wonder why. Eh? Well, no, I was reading your comment. I'd already read it in my head once, and I was reading it out, and I started replying to it. What comment haven't I read out in full? Wait, jump on the panel, Strictly. We know you do like panels. Exactly, Ron. And they will keep funding him, and they will keep fucking sending people to die. You know, and even our toolmaker wants to send fucking British troops there, and has continued. All of our leaders, from Boris to fucking Rishi to fucking, what's she called, Cabbage Patch, the cabbage. You know, the cabbage lasted longer than she lasted. I can't think of her name. You know, they all funded Zelensky. You know, Boris Zelensky was ready to do a deal, and Boris, oh, fucking hell, get on a plane, get on a train. That's it. Liz Truss. You know, Liz Truss was behind the fucking Nord Stream. They had the transcripts of her fucking WhatsApp phone calls, didn't they? Yeah, it's gonna be the new Khazarian fucking empire again, isn't it, Blunt?
Yeah, they've got their backups in Kazakhstan. They've got Astana there for a backup.
Great Israel Project. They've already worked out that the Israelis can have 4 free flights a year from Israel to Ukraine. Anything over 4, then they pay for it themselves, but it's not going to be very much money. I think it's less than an hour to fly from Israel to Ukraine. I mean, a couple of months ago, 150,000 Israelis moved to Ukraine. And they keep on having street parties in Kiev. And, well, they've wrecked Kiev, you know, and the Kiev residents have obviously fought them. Yeah, the same as in Thailand. They fucked Thailand up, you know, fucking the Thai people are fucking kicking off about them. No, how many countries have banned entry to them now? You know, there's so many countries that banned entry to them. Even allowing them to go on holiday, they won't allow them to holiday in their countries. No, so there's like 111. There you go. There's so many of them that are dual citizen. I mean, there's 10 IDF soldiers that were British. You know, they've already been arrested. They've already got fucking all kinds of charges against them. You got is it 196 lawyers? Is it Blunt? 196 lawyers, you know, but you know, United Nations is a load of bollocks. United Nations is fucking just lip service, you know. It holds all these inquiries. It does all these fucking acts and bills. It's done them since 1947. There's fucking thousands of these fucking things, like in the United Nations. If you go and read it, I've put them up before. Where they've started since 1948. They've started like on the Israelis, but they've never stopped anything. And the only person that stopped anything was Obama. Obama told them to get out the illegal settlements and sent in the IDF to move all the Israelis out of the settlements and give that settlement back to Gaza. What you sharing? What we got here?
Well, along with the great lines of Obama, who's the Macron? Mark Carney is also married to, as far as we can figure out, a man.
Oh dear.
There's a little Adam's apple there.
Yeah, but how much is not Macron? Yeah, he is Macron, isn't he?
Yeah, the French
The
guy.
French. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many millions have they offered? What's it called? To stop speaking about his husband.
Did they?
Yeah, they've offered millions of pounds
Nice.
and pay her a monthly salary, not to talk about his husband.
Oh, wow. Pay me out and I'll stop talking about this.
Yeah. Let me build a platform talking about her husband, his husband. I'll accept money to fucking stop talking about him.
Do one about Carney.
But then, you know, her parents were Jewish.
Who's this?
What's she called?
What's her name? Fox Carney. Diana Fox Carney. Sounds like a made-up name to me.
What the fucking hell she called? That talks about
now coming to the stage, it's Diana Fox.
What's she called? Campbell? Is she called Campbell? I can't remember her name.
Macron's
No. Coloured girl. That's outspoken about them all. Is she called Campbell? I can't remember her fucking name.
Don't know who you mean. Where is she operating? UK?
America. Yeah. I'll find her in a minute.
Kamala?
What's going? No.
Oh.
El Salvador's president issues the ultimate challenge to Trump. He dropped the line, so good President Trump asked if he could steal it. So, I don't know. What's she called?
Cortez?
No, not Cortez. Not Alexandra Egg Cortez or whatever her fucking name is.
Yeah.
No, it's the coloured girl. She's been on TV with yeah, I've got fucking senile dementia. I have. I can't fucking Piers, whatever his fucking name is.
Pierce Morgan had her on?
Yeah, Piers Morgan. We have a guest.
Yeah.
Untrackable.
I don't know.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, yo?
Yeah,
How's
good,
it
good,
going?
you?
Who's
Yeah,
this?
not bad, you?
No, I'm just a dude. I've been here before. I'm subscribed and all that.
Nice to meet you.
Sitting here smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer.
What do we call you? Don't need
You
your
can call me
name.
Track. You can call me Track if you want.
Trek? Okay. That's good. Nice to meet you, Trek.
Yeah, I remember you coming up before.
Yeah, I didn't cause any problems before, did I?
No, I don't think so.
I don't
Not
know.
that I can remember.
Yeah. I have no ill intent.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts?
I'm not exactly sure what the topic is, but the face on the screen looks extremely disturbing.
Yeah, we can get into that. Yeah, I should drop. We've dropped that subject. Yeah, she's the wife of the current Prime Minister of Canada.
Okay. I am American, but I'm down for whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we talk about American politics quite a bit. Predominates a lot of the world, so especially at the moment.
Yeah. I see a bunch of it and I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Not you guys,
Yeah,
the American government.
the government. Yeah. Yeah, we talk about the governments a lot. People are always nice. It's just the governments usually.
Yeah. Like I can say I watch my gas prices fluctuate like 30 cents up and down every month. But it's like 10 cents here up, 10 cents there up, 10 cents here down, 10 cents here down, 10 cents here down, 10 cents up, 10 cents up, 10 cents up, 20
Yeah.
cents up, 30 cents up, 30 cents down. It's like I never know when to buy gas anymore.
Does it ever go back down to the lowest price? Or is it like the totalitarian two-step, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back?
It's kind of messed up because I'm okay with Trump being president. Like I don't vote, but I consider myself a conservative. But I don't vote because I live a conservative lifestyle, which means, hey,
Yeah.
when things are available, you get them.
Yeah.
And in his first term, we broke the $2 barrier for a gallon gas. That hadn't been broken in a long, long time.
Wow.
And then it went back up well over $3 a gallon. And now with this, like I said, within that 30-cent fluctuation that happens, it can happen daily. Within the 10 up and the 10 down, or the 10 up and the 10 up and the 10 down and the 10 down.
Yeah.
It's just floating around the $3 barrier. And it's like,
you're lucky. You're lucky. We were paying nearly $8 a gallon not long ago.
Jeez.
Jesus Christ.
Mm.
Yeah,
No, I other places
$6 for a gallon around.
no, bro. But you know, the fluctuation. So when was the gas best for you? Who was in charge when the gas was best for you?
Nobody really, but we've got We've got
That's a long
a tax
time
upon
ago.
we've got a tax upon a tax upon a tax for gas, for fuel.
Yeah.
You know, so the government is taxing and taxing, and then adding VAT. So it's got double bubble tax and then VAT on top. Yeah. So the government is making an absolute killing on fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Canada hasn't been under $3 a gallon, I'd say, for 15, 20 years.
And I know I know the measurements are different.
Yeah.
However, like I'm in a state, and my state has the largest gas tax in my region. So, like, you know, if I drove 50 miles north, I could alleviate the gas tax. If I drove 50 miles south, I could alleviate the gas tax. But how far are you willing to drive to use gas to alleviate the gas tax?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense to do that.
You're probably making pennies, if anything. Yeah.
Well, I mean, when I owned my garage, right, it was cheaper for me to buy from a company called Mitchell and Webber, and I could buy 2,000 litres of diesel cheaper than I can pay for it at the pump. So I used to have once a month. I used to have 2,000 litres delivered. You know, lorry used to come in and fill up my tank. Yeah, and then because I used to service a lot of lorries and service horse boxes and what have you. So, I mean, at the time, you get a lorry come in for an MOT, and it's like, you fucking twats, why didn't you put any fuel in before you came? So then I used to have to, you know, put fuel in their lorry and then charge them for the lorry. But I used to charge pump prices instead of charging the price that I was being charged from my supplier. But I used to buy straight from Mitchell and Webber. You know, I used to buy diesel. I used to buy diesel every month off Mitchell and Webber, 2,000 litres, and then like we used to fill up our vehicles on it. And I used to have like friends that used to come up, and you know, they used to buy fuel off me instead of going to the pump, because we used to get it cheaper.
And aside from gas, I would say yes, I love my country. Because I was born here, I was raised here, I've been around here. This is my country. However, I think I love my country because there are different ideologies. However, when ideology becomes control, I don't like control. I was raised in a do what you want to do, the way you want to do it, where you want to do it, and how you want to do it. So for the infliction of, hey, this is how we're going to control you. Wait, I thought we were a country that was completely biased against control. Like, let us live our lives, bro. And so, yeah, that hurts a lot when it becomes, I love my country, but now they want to control us as individuals. It hurts a lot.
How many rifles and handguns have you got?
How many what?
How many rifles and handguns have you got? How many do you own?
Well, I don't need to. I have so many friends.
Right, okay.
And I will not divulge who they are, but I have friends. If I ever need, I will have. Yeah. Just like a cob of corn. Yeah. I don't have a farm, but I do have a friend. I don't have a cow, but I do have a friend.
Yeah. Yeah, most
And I
people
think-
don't even know how deep the control of is going to go. You know.
Yeah, I still own a Baco shotgun. But it's in my mate's name and it's in my mate's gun cabinet. But if I choose to go out shooting with him, I can use my own shotgun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I spent my time in the military, and I was a cook, right? So, you know, I get clowned on a lot by other veterans, or yeah, I just get clowned on a lot. It's like, oh, you didn't do anything special. It's like, you know, if you give me that heat, I know how to use it, right?
Without sustenance, how do people operate without sustenance? You know, you got to have somewhere. You know, you got to eat. You got to eat. You got to get those calories in to get that energy out. You know, and
Yeah.
there's nothing better than a fucking army chef.
Well,
You know,
I mean, I may not be the best cook, but if you put that tool in my hand, yes, I can go catch a pig. I can go catch, you know, a chicken or a fowl. But at the same time, I can also shoot an enemy. You know what I mean? Because that's why they put it in my hand. But defining an enemy versus catching food, you know, the purpose of it all changes.
Yeah, and they're really
it's
trying
like it.
to put a civil war on U.S. They've been ginning that up with all the movies and media and hype.
Yeah, the last thing I want to see is war anywhere. I think diplomacy, but you know what? It's these people that place themselves in diplomatic roles
Yeah.
that were like, hey, let's shoot at each other, but we're gonna wear suits and sit in our offices and send our youngsters to go shoot at each other.
You bet.
That to me, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. Yeah, resources. Why can we not make a deal? I don't care what the deal is. Let's make a deal. Oh no, we have to shoot at each other, otherwise, we're not going to make gains.
Yeah, there's been a real upsurge in people joining the army in the U.S. right now because of Trump. So I guess they think they're going to be good peacekeepers now. That'll be awesome.
Yeah, be a bunch of pussies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say it, but if you relax the regulations and then maximize the recruitment, you are maximizing weak people to join your resistance.
Yeah, I don't know if
force.
Trump changed those requirements or not. I think he didn't he ask that the transgenders leave the army.
Hey, that doesn't change the weakness.
Yeah, I don't know if
It
they,
really doesn't.
they changed their physical requirements for people though. They lowered the standards, so I don't know if they changed them back or not.
I can say this. The difference between my time in the service and my parents and my uncles and, you know, their time in the service it's way different. Technology changes what a person is capable of and what they have to learn to be capable of using technology.
Mm-hmm.
However, the mentality the mentality still must maintain warrior mentality.
Or you would hope so, you know.
You would hope. You would hope that somebody wouldn't be able to get away with talking back to an instructor without having dire consequence.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, you failed to subscribe.
Mm-hmm.
We have to let you go. Like, wait, all I did was call my drill instructor a fucktard to his face, and he didn't like it. It's like, no, what happened was you failed to subdue to orders that were given to you. And how are you going to be successful on the battlefield if somebody gives you an order and we put the mission first? We don't put you first. We put the mission first. It changes. So it's like, oh, hey, well, we got to treat them with kid gloves. We just need a bunch of bodies. Well, that's what Russia's doing. They're snatching people off the street, except they're not treating them with kid gloves. They'll be like, hey, you're in the army now, boy.
Well, the future of war, they're going to need a bunch of geeky gamer kids, right? Because it's mostly going to be drones from now on, I bet.
Yeah, tell that to the Ukrainian that got into the knife fight with the Russian dude that was observed by a drone. But that was an 8-minute physical fight, and one person had a knife, and it ultimately came down to, please let me die with peacefully. And the Russian guy stopped stabbing him and left him. And he still got dropped on by a drone.
Yeah, it's kind of cruel. War is cruel. I don't think we should go to war ever.
It's not cruel, it's war.
Hmm.
What's cruel is the purpose. Why? Why are we even sending people to go do these things when? What do they say? When diplomacy fails. When diplomacy fails. Well, who exactly are our diplomats?
Exactly. Send the diplomats. Send the diplomats. Put the diplomats in the ring.
Right.
You know.
Thank you. Thank you.
But you've got too many diplomats that have got heavy money invested in arms sales, every money invested in arms production, and they want the wars because they're making the profits on the, Lockheed Martin and Boeing, and and without the money, then they haven't got the advances, and without the advances and the tech, then they're only stagnant money. So they've got to have the wars to make the rich people richer.
Yep.
Oh, but then they want to argue about low birth rates. Well, low birth rates come from
Destruction of family.
Horrible economies to where it's like, hey, if you're a reasonable person and you have the choice of, what do they, where I am, the American dream to have a piece of property and to create children, and to be secure in our place and raise our children. But if the economy is like, oh, well, my wife has to work and I have to work, and we're just barely making it.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of where I find myself. Like, we live in the suburbs and we have one child.
Yeah. You're lucky to have
My
that.
wife works, and oftentimes she works out of town. I work, and I work in a warehouse, which means there is no work from home option for me. It's like, and you look at the money that is made. It's like, bro, if we had another child, um,
Oh yeah, Gav.
I can't even do the math on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
In
But
Canada,
also,
you'd split you up, and she'd be a welfare mom, and you'd be paying alimony. So
yeah.
Yeah, and that's sad.
yeah,
But I will tell you this: if they got rid of the income tax, the tax taken from your labor.
yeah,
We're not talking about sales tax and stamp tax and stuff like that. Just you worked, and we're going to tax your labor. If they did that, I would get 30% more of
Wow.
my income.
Yeah, 40% in the UK.
Mhm.
And even with childcare, extended childcare, like having, a daycare that,
Well, it's the
because we
same.
have,
It's the same as VAT, isn't it? VAT was a European bill. I think Trump's trying to get rid of VAT, isn't he? But how's he going to get rid of VAT when they charge VAT on all the imports? But then it's like I was looking at importing silver, but some countries you got to pay 10% VAT on it. Other countries you got to pay 5% VAT on it. And it was like, plus then you got the VAT on the postage, but you got to pay the government VAT, whichever country you're ordering from, you got to pay the government a VAT figure to order it.
but also, this, and this may hurt some people's feelings. You have to provide a superior product. So, like, quote unquote, American cars, almost all of them are, even if they are put together in the United States, they are put together from parts from all the other countries.
Yep.
So for me, like, I bought the economic choice for me, which is a damn near 20-year-old Toyota. I got a Toyota Camry.
Yep.
Because it is way better, way more efficient, cost effective than anything that is brand new today.
Yep.
It cost me.
You haven't got a problem with all the electricals. You haven't got the problem with the ECU. You haven't got, they can't shut you down. They can't remotely.
Push come to shove, it was engineered to be worked on by the owner rather than needing a shop.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people are scrambling for those cars now.
Yeah, OBD1 socket, short the wire, make the dashboard blink and get your code, and that'll get your fault codes. Fix it with a 10 mil, 13 mil.
Yeah.
No special tools to work on it.
Yeah, I got a buddy, and he got a more recent model BMW Coupe Competition, I think it was. It's not an M, but it's special in its own right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like he had to buy special a special BMW toolkit. Cost him like over $300
Yeah.
to be able to do something as far as change out his airbox because he wanted to put a performance airbox in it.
Yeah, well, they got anti-tamper screws on them, and what they do, right, is like you got the Snap-on lorry, you got the Mac Tools lorry, right, and you know you can have a car come in, right, and you go to work on it, you go to your toolkit, and it's like, oh, they made a new fucking anti-tamper screw, you know, so you got to phone Snap-on up, yeah. Mike, have you got any of those new fucking anti-tampers? I got a BM here with a fucking different anti-tamper on it. Or I'm trying to take a math sensor off and it's got a different fucking type head on it and I haven't got one in my fucking box. You know, so they're changing the fucking heads on screws and heads on bolts all the fucking time just to make the independent garage buy more tools.
Yeah, I watched a show. It was one of those hot rod shows, I guess you could say. And they took it's been a while back, but they took a Hellcat engine. I think it was a Hellcat engine.
Yeah.
And so that's a Dodge.
Yeah, Dodge
and,
engine. Yeah.
And they put it in this little snapper of a car, and they couldn't get it to start. It kept having a signal. It kept having a signal. So, you know, being a show, they paid to have a Dodge engineer come in, and it was like it had something to do with like the seatbelt sensor. So the seatbelt sensor refused to let the engine start. So they had to bypass safeties left and right just to get this monster of an engine to start. And once they did that, it was game over. It was like, yeah, this car is ridiculous now. But you had to have a literal engineer, you know, the tech engineer come in to bypass all that. It's like, come on, man. The air in, gas in, combustion. Let's move on with this shit. But no,
but it's
Got all the sensors in between that.
yeah, but
we put a sensor on it.
It's ECU controlled. You've got the 5-volt system, and the 5-volt system is all the safety system. So what you need to do is you need a piggyback ECU with all those systems disabled on it, and then you piggyback the second ECU over the top of the first ECU, or you get auto electrician to make you a standalone ECU, which you can then program yourself. You know. I mean, I run a standalone ECU in my Mitsubishi GTO.
Oh, you have a GTO?
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet, dude.
Yeah.
I really do. I'm not a car guy, like capability wise.
I've owned Trans Ams. I own Ford Mustang. I mean, a Ford Mustang was my second car. That was when I passed my test, it was in a Mark 1 Escort, and my second car was a Mach 1 Ford Mustang soft top.
Oh yeah.
And that was sponsored by Coca-Cola. I used to do car custom shows with it, and it was all done in the Coca-Cola. So that was sponsored by Coca-Cola to do custom car shows. But then I owned oh, what was it called? The Americans call it the woman's fucking shopping car. AMC Spirit, 4.8 liter AMC Spirit. I had, right, and I was fucking chuffed to bits with this fucking AMC Spirit. And I live in England, Cornwall, obviously, and I went to Truro, and on the way to Truro, we decided to go and get a coffee. And I parked up in it wouldn't cost a coffee, it was the green one. I parked up in the car park there, and then there was all these Americans coming out, and this American family was standing there looking at my AMC. And it was like I come out with our coffees, like, and they were all looking at the AMC, and we was having a conversation and everything. And it was like, well, in America, that's what the whites have as their second vehicle. They use it to go shopping. It's like, shut up. Don't tell people that. I love that AMC Spirit. They don't call them bumpers, they call them overriders, you know. And they were sprung bumpers, you know. They had big fucking coil springs in that bumper, and you could literally drive up behind something else, gently get in behind them, push them, and you could push them no problem at all. That overrider, that bumper, was like a fucking great acro. It was like a fucking solid steel bar. That was
Nice.
you know, anything you hit in that was getting fucking annihilated, honestly. Well, yeah,
I like the old
that AMC Spirit, you know, you could go through town. I had side pipes on it, and you could go down. You could go through town. I mean, when you put your foot down, you were doing like 8-10 miles to the gallon. But when you were cruising through town, you know, it would sit there, and you'd be in fourth gear, and it'd be like a 10 mile an hour, 15 mile an hour, and you just hear it, you know, reverberate through the stainless steel exhaust. And you was in fourth gear. Yeah. The torque that engine had was unbelievable. But get on the bypass or get on the motorway, whoa, the fuel gauge used to move quicker than the temperature gauge. And tires, I used to eat tires, spinning the back end up.
Yeah, those cars are really popular now. The cars over 20 years old, because you can't be shut off by the cops there.
Yeah.
Anything without OnStar or pretty good.
I could climb in that engine bay and just sit on the inner wing and work on the side of the engine. Engine bay was massive, you know. You didn't have to lean over the wing to work on it. You just climb in it. Just sit on the inner wing.
Yeah, I never had anything special, but I did have an all-wheel drive car. And I tell you what, it would chew tires.
Yeah.
I never had any problem getting out of a minor bit of snow, or you know, I think snow was probably the most it ever went through, but I never got a stuckage. I never had a problem. But I swear, like, you know, you buy a 40,000 mile tire, and after 10, it's like, yeah, your tires are done, bro. and that's with rotations and everything, taking care of them and whatever.
Check
It's
the
like
alignment and everything. Yeah.
the car would just chew. They would just
Yeah.
chew it. But you never lacked for grip.
Mhm.
And this was one of those. I'll tell you, it was a Dodge Caliber all-wheel drive, which is
Right.
that was a product of a mixture of Daimler Chrysler when they had their mixture, and it was probably what 60 to 80 to the front, and 20 to the rear. So it wasn't much. It wasn't a 50-50. It wasn't a Subaru. It wasn't anything like that. And it certainly did not have much power. But talking about 180 horsepower, that's not much. And it's not a performance vehicle, but never getting stuck was it was amazing. However, it was like that all the time. So, long distance road trips stuck in all-wheel drive,
Yeah.
it definitely it just chewed tires, bro. It
Yeah.
chewed tires like a pit bull on steroids. It was like, hey, we do not want these tires here. Get new tires.
But it's like in GTO. I'm struggling on clutches. At the moment I got stage 1 in there. It's 400. It's pushing 400 brake. Yeah, and because the GTO is all four-wheel drive, is all-wheel drive. Yeah, I burn clutches out. So I've got a company now, TTV Racing, in the UK. They're trying to make me a clutch kit now, and then it'll go into production then for the rest of the GTO owners. And they already make them for Subarus, they already make them for other vehicles.
Mhm.
But I said, like, I'm going through fucking XZD clutches, like fucking having breakfast, XZD clutches. I'm just burning through them. I've already got chromoly light and flywheel. I'm already using ceramic clutches, but I just burn the fucking clutches out and burn the flywheels out, you know. So TTV Racing, we've done a collaboration, and I don't know. I think I'm saying too much on YouTube again.
It's okay.
In building this new clutch kit, um, they make the clutch kit for the Focus 500s. TTV Racing does. So hopefully they come together by the summer with this clutch kit, and hopefully it lasts instead of the extreme clutches like the XZD clutch. I've had three clutch swaps with XZD under warranty. Giants on hash truth peace. Long time no. Did you have a different name, Shines on, before? No. Original mate. I think you came on my other channel, didn't you? Smiler, the Smiler channel, not the Smiler 2 channel. Where's everybody gone? You all muted up.
I'm here. I had a Ford Fiesta that I used to use coat hangers for the clutch cable.
I
I had to replace them every few days, but it was way cheaper.
had a left-hand left-hand drive Ford Fiesta. Sorry, I was reading the chat. Yeah, so I used to go on G Block. Yeah. But it was a left-hand drive one on German plates, pressed metal German plates.
Mm-hmm.
And I ran that for years. No tax, no MOT.
Yeah, they're pretty durable.
On German plates. I ran that little burgundy thing. It was little burgundy Ford Fiesta, it was.
Mm-hmm.
Mark 3 or Mark 4 Fiesta.
Mm-hmm.
And I ran that every single day. Little 1 litre engine or 1.1 engine or something.
Yeah.
And I ran that and ran that and ran that. You know what? I used to park it anywhere. I never used to lock it. Nobody would go anywhere near it.
Yeah.
Peace out. Nobody would go anywhere near it. You know, German plates on it.
Yeah.
And one day,
Yeah.
the fucking the traffic warden come up, and he was parked outside the workshop, and the traffic warden come up, and he went, "This thing hasn't been taxed or licensed in Germany for fucking 4 years." He's like, "You fucking prick, fuck off." He said, "No, he's still gonna have to fucking report you." He said, "No, don't do that. Don't do that." I remember you now. You didn't like the grannies. What you mean? You mean Babs and what's she called? I can't remember the other one's name. Canadian Babs and I can't remember her fucking name now. You're a liar. You're a liar. Bring the proof. You're a liar. I can't remember her fucking name. Used to be on Velez, or still is on Velez. Can't think of her name. A Canadian Babs who lives in England.
Hmm.
Stupid name. No, name goes out my head. I nearly went on Velez today. I saw he was live earlier on.
Hmm.
But it's a good political debate channel. But
Huh.
it's got it, it's gone toxic. It's gone. Is he a racist? No, he's not a racist. He's just
Why is it a crime to be racist now? I don't understand.
No. He's
Like
just
90% of the world is racist. Why is it only us little 10% that can't be racist?
yeah.
Makes no sense.
He's just
Can I move to Istanbul or can I move to Bangladesh? Very, very unlikely. You know, can I move to Israel? No. None of these countries would let me just walk in.
No.
And demand welfare. So if 90% of the world is pretty much racist, what's wrong with being racist?
Mm. I don't care what color your skin is or what your fucking religion is. If you treat me okay, I'll treat you okay.
Yep. I don't care much myself at all.
Mm. Mm. Yeah, but yeah, it's like Blunt just said. Everybody can be a racist against fucking whites, but
Mm.
whites can't be racist against anybody else.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's how it works. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Give me 2 minutes, and if you don't mind, I will jump on. Okay.
Yeah, you guys now apparently can't. In the UK, white people can't join the police force now. Is what I heard.
Oh yeah, they said they got too many white people.
Yeah. So there's a hiring freeze on white people.
Yeah, hiring freeze on white people now. Yeah.
Hmm.
Mm.
That sounds logical. Yeah.
Mm. There's a hiring freeze on SIA licenses as well. The SIA license people are boat people now. You go to all the hotels and all the security for the hotels. They speak broken English or don't speak English at all.
Oh yeah. Yeah, all our security now mostly truck driving, security, and fast food jobs are mostly. Well, that I've seen in my area, it's mostly Indian now. I'm in a central hub though, so I'll have a larger amount than a lot of areas. That's because they get subsidized 25% of their wages, I think it is.
Yeah, but you've got the you've got the JIAS, Jewish Immigrant Aid Services, which is Esla Levant's wife.
Oh yeah,
ex-wife. Yeah.
Mm.
And they sponsor certain colours and creeds to come to Canada.
Yeah.
And then Esla gets them to set fire to schools on holidays and does a little video about it.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Rebel News. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've kind of left Rebel News because there's always a slant towards the J on that.
Yeah.
In every case, I don't necessarily agree with that. So yeah, I don't watch it.
I mean, that's why he's a great advocate for Tommy Robinson, isn't it?
Yeah.
A
lot of some of the reporters have broken off on their own, so I watch them. I don't really watch Rebel News anymore.
November Man. Yeah, I mean, I went into the Ezra's. I did a lot of research on Ezra and Ezra's wife and why Ezra lost his practicing license to be a solicitor and everything else. And then out of JIAS and out Ezra Aid, how they all work in Canada. And like Esla Levant is well behind it, and making money out of it as well.
Yeah.
And he's paying for that brotherhood to move to Canada, helping them start up businesses, even down to the brothels that Tommy Robinson was frequenting while he was there. And then the brothel being raided afterwards and finding out who controlled it, and the Slavery Act or whatever it was, that they were arrested under the Slavery Act.
Okay.
But nobody's been prosecuted as yet. There, they raided three of them.
Yeah.
Three massage parlors, predominantly owned by Muslims.
Hmm.
With groomed girls working in there.
Yeah.
Tommy Robinson, the great advocate for grooming, is frequent in those premises.
Well, how can you complain about it unless you know how bad it is?
Exactly.
You got to get in there and see what it's like, for these poor girls or boys or whatever.
Long time no chat. How you doing?
Long time. Yeah, not bad. You?
Yeah, good. I know you was on the G block and you was backing up a lot of things that was the truth. So you was saying what you got to say. Like basically, you had the grannies being negative, and you were saying like basically this is how it is.
Yeah. You had Babs and
And all bad.
I can't remember the other one's name.
Was it Jupiter and
I get on all
which
right
one?
with Jupiter. Me and Jupiter got a difference of opinion in some things.
Yeah.
But I get on well with Jupiter.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know what? You said what you got to say at the end of the day. So
yeah. I mean,
If you don't know it
that.
for a fact, don't say it, right? If you can't back it up, don't say it.
Yeah, but the trouble is, they always wanted the proof. They wouldn't supply what they were.
Yeah, and then they don't like
themselves.
The proof. Yeah.
The thing is, Valley works, so it's very difficult to get a screen share when you're on panel because he didn't have any other. Co-hosts.
Yeah.
It was like I was on a lot with what's she called, but she wasn't a co-host. I can't remember what he was called. That was co-host, but he was only on late at night.
Yeah.
He was never on during the day.
yeah, it's all changed now, isn't it? Like he does a ride or whatever, drive or whatever, and stuff like that. But
I saw he was live earlier on. I nearly went over there, and then I decided to throw.
Yeah, but you ain't been on that over there for a long time.
Yeah, I know, because it went all toxic, didn't it? It just went toxic, and it was arguing between channel to channel to channel. Do you know what I mean? You had the argument. You had arguments going on with Base Loot. You had arguments going on with
yeah, Base Loot. Yeah, go on.
Triller. I mean, you had arguments going on with Triller and all that lot. And there was just loads of arguments.
It was too much, isn't it? Like basically.
Yeah. Because Piano Man, he disappeared because he used to have a lot of facts as well.
Yeah. To be honest, it's life, isn't it? This is how it is, isn't it? And it is life, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah. But it just got too manic. You'd have 10 people on the panel, but only 2 of those 10 people were actually allowed to speak. Everybody else would get shut down.
Yeah, if I can remember, you was on. You used to be going on the G block, isn't it? A lot.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah, I used to go on it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I used to love fellas.
yeah. You used
Yeah.
and you used to argue with a lot of people,
Well,
and
yeah,
you
because
gave
they needed waking up, didn't they?
yeah, and you gave them like good education, like
Yeah, yeah.
you
Triller
did,
used
and
to.
I got to respect you for that.
Yeah, Triller and a couple of the others. You know, they used to pick me up because I used to come with the
Mm.
educated knowledge, and then if they
And the
uh,
evidence, and the
yeah
evidence.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then if they
yeah,
wanted the evidence, I'd give them the evidence that
yeah,
like
yeah,
the Northern Ireland stuff, the mass replacement,
yeah,
mass
yeah.
replacement. I put all that,
Mm,
even before they were talking about it on Twitter,
mm.
Yeah, that was me, Valley, and what's she called? I can't remember her name.
Uh,
Oh,
what, Valley and
what's she called? She started co-hosting while Valley was working, but she couldn't share nothing. She couldn't screen share nothing.
are you talking about the um? Uh, uh, what's her name? It was a her, isn't it?
Yeah, to her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she was sound as a pound. She was. It used to be me and her during the mornings. It used to be me and her, only
Yeah.
ones on the panel for ages.
To be honest, you had this attitude that you get angry and like fed up. Am I right?
I never
Like
get angry. Never ever get angry.
in a way, you got angry in a way that how can I say, like you tried to speak and then people spoke over you. You wanted to say your options and whatever.
Oh yeah, I'd get frustrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like when they were talking about
Right.
slavery. It was like
All
when they
right.
were
Okay.
talking about slavery and like
Go on.
everybody owes them because of slavery, and it was like, hang on a minute, we was the first fucking slaves.
No, the Irish was the first slaves.
Um,
The Irish
Slavery
was the
goes a
first.
No,
long way back.
go back and go back and look at the Barbary pirates.
All right. Okay. I know you're quite educated,
Uh,
but
go back and look at the Barbary pirates.
yeah, but I'm being honest. I know you're quite clued up,
The Dutch was the
but
first slave trade out there, I think.
no, it was the Irish. It was the Irish.
What about the Slavic people?
Yeah,
That's where the
yeah,
word.
we'll never be free from that, Mickey. As long as those people turn that TV on, we'll always be fucking a slave to the fucking
Mhm.
To be
TV.
honest, we are all slaves now in the world. We're all. I
Of
Mhm.
course we are. Of course we are. We all strive to
yeah.
get.
You're in an open air prison right now.
Yeah, we're all
Basically,
slaves. We're all slaves to the pound or the money, the monetary system. We're all slaves to that
we are.
because you can't survive without that money.
Mhm.
And everybody wants to earn that little bit extra to be comfortable. But then you're getting taxed at source, or you're avoiding tax payments. Yeah, and the only way you can do that is by going self-employed and
So
setting up a
whatever you.
limited company.
So basically, whatever you do in your life, they're gonna control us. Basically, in
Yeah,
life.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, Blunt. I mean, I think it was 2015, wasn't it, when we finished paying the Rothschilds off for slavery, for freeing the slaves? I think it was 2015 that the UK government finished paying off the Rothschilds.
The Rothschilds was they what is it? They was it the French and the UK? or the French and the UK had a war, and the Rothschilds gave the weapons to the French or the Germans and the UK to have a war, and they owed the Rothschild money at the end of the day. So the Rothschilds played the UK and I'm sure it's the French.
Well, it was the same. It was the same in the Falklands War. Israel armed the RGs. Israel armed the Argentinians. Argentinians were fighting against us. You know, but
Yeah,
nobody speaks about that.
No, nobody speaks about a lot of things. So maybe certain people don't want to speak about it, and certain people know about it, but they don't speak about it. So that's life, isn't it? And then they cause hate and division online. So
Yeah, me and Nixie have reached out to each other to do a couple of live streams together as well. I missed her live yesterday. She did one yesterday, didn't she? But I missed it.
did you say Nixie?
Yeah, Nixie. Yeah.
Well, she blocked me, so
Right.
to be honest, I don't blame her. You know, she did what she had to do. Because I'm a person who says what I've got to say, innit? So
Nixie's very passionate, and she gets a little bit upset.
yeah. Yeah, but to be honest, I don't blame her. I've never disrespected her or said a bad word about her. But I'm being honest, it was the best thing that she blocked me. So yeah, because I would have said certain things. I've never disrespected her. You would never ever hear me online saying anything bad about her, disrespecting her. And she blocked me, and I respect her for that. So you know,
I think she blocked a lot of people that was on Valles, didn't she? Because she used to have a lot of fights with everybody. Because people wouldn't listen to what she was saying, and then you got the two grannies.
The grannies.
Yeah, that would be trying to call everybody out, you producing them the evidence.
Yeah, but there was never no evidence. They the grannies will say something, but there was never no evidence.
Yeah, but I would bring the
No
evidence
proof.
to prove that the grannies were
I know
wrong.
you will. I
Yeah.
know you will. But the grannies will never ever bring the evidence. They talk,
No.
but you always brought the evidence.
Yeah, well, Babs was just a fucking parrot. She used to do my fucking head in with that stupid little Robin.
Yeah, to be honest, bless her. You gotta bless Babs. Come on, you can't be awful to Babs.
She comes in my main channel every week and flip, and so does what's she called? I can't remember her fucking name. Jupiter's mate, but I can't remember her name.
Jupiter's friend.
Yeah, the granny, the other granny. I can't remember her name.
What's her name? One sec. It's coming.
Yeah, she fell out with Jupiter big style, didn't she? A long time ago.
Wendy.
Wendy Woo, that's it. Wendy Woo. Max, you gotta go over that. I mean,
Wendy Woo.
Yeah, Veli has been on my panel. No, not that Babs, not that Babs Blunt. It's a Canadian woman that lives in the UK that knows everything about the UK. She knows all the fucking history, of fucking the UK. But fucking, she's Canadian.
Hmm.
To be honest, I was on a
Hmm.
panel just before I jumped on there,
Yeah.
with a guy who's from Canada as well. So,
Well, Max is Canadian above you.
Yeah.
Big up.
Oh, we're at war with you, so I'm supposed to hate you.
Nah,
Big ups to you too, man.
no, there's no hate, you know.
Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's all ridiculous. You know what it is? It's like the world powers the richest people in the world. They are the ones who are causing hate and division. So
That's it.
Yeah.
The globalists, the secret clubs.
Yeah, the 13 families, the royal families, businessmen.
the royal families, the royal families, and the whatever you said, the mosque.
Businessmen have moved in, from the priesthood to business,
Yeah. Make the rich richer.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the rich is the riches of the riches of the people of the power of the world. They do control the world, and at the end of the day, our children are getting abused and whatever. Anyway, I don't want to get into that.
Yeah.
Do you understand, innit?
Oh,
yeah.
Because what is they are so rich that they don't know their limit.
Mm-hmm.
And then what they do is thinking, what else can we do? And then it comes to abusing our children and everything. There's no limit.
But it's like,
Yeah.
the big thing for the last 5 years has been adrenochrome, right? They talk about adrenochrome. They talk about getting a child's adrenaline and making them suffer.
You might have heard of walnut sauce. Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah, go on.
that's been going since the days of Dawn, and it was bloodletting, and there's many a artistic picture
Yeah.
of the trophy and the many holes they put into a child to drain its blood.
Wow.
And there's many a picture depicting it. But I've tried to do it on here, and on my main channel, but I got shut down.
Well, send me the files. I'm supposed to be able to show that.
Yeah, they shut me down.
I'll give that.
To be honest,
Yeah, I've got a 2-hour documentary still saved in StreamYards.
to be honest,
About the bloodletting and the ritual.
Yeah.
The
to be
ritual.
honest, I mentioned this about 4 years or whatever online. I said, be careful, be careful of our kids, our children. I said this, and then there was a new system coming out, trying to sex educated our children at a young age. And then when you're going to get an old man sitting on the wall with a small child sitting on the wall, yeah,
Mhm.
and the child is going to think it's normal.
Yeah, but
You know,
that's all
you understand
Talmudic.
what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's all Talmudic. You know, it's all in the Talmudic texts, and all your transgenderism, all your other
Yeah.
genders, yeah, your 8 genders. That's all in the Talmud. You know, and it's what they're pushing on kids in school. You know,
Yeah.
and
So
and the
basically,
rainbow and everything else.
Mhm.
It's all Talmudic. You know.
but what I'm saying is they want to make it normal where a child at school being educated, yeah,
Mhm.
and then an elderly old man's gonna sit next to a wall and put his hand out and do what he wants to do. It seems like they want to make it normalized or something, whatever it's called, normalized or whatever, like make it normal. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Like it's okay, an old man done this to a child.
Yeah. In
Yeah,
California.
Come on.
they want to normalize it because it's all it
Normalize,
is.
yeah, normalize, yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
all in the Talmud. It's all in the Talmudic text.
Yeah.
Mhm,
You know, it's all in the Talmudic text. You know,
mhm.
they can have for sex with a 3-year-old as long as it isn't 3 years old on one day.
Yeah.
Same as the same as Jimmy Fix It.
Yeah, yeah,
Same
yeah.
as the guy, the American guy in Epsips Island.
Yeah.
These are all obsessed, sick people, and
Oh,
in the government, no, in the government, and the government and these most powerful people want to make this kind of things normal. Yeah, and this is the problem. And no one
yeah. I mean,
talks about this. No one talks about this. But
yeah,
all
but
they talk about.
go back to
Go on.
Cyril Smith. Go back to Cyril Smith. Go back to Winston Churchill. You know, Winston Churchill
Yeah, go on.
used to love partying in Berlin. You know, and where was the first transgenderism? Berlin. Where was all the
Well,
prostitution? Berlin. Who was prostituting their kids? The Jewish families. You know, and
mm,
they were putting their kids out as prostitution. You know, and the textbooks for the transgenderism and the first transgenders were a Jewish man, yeah, and a Jewish surgeon, you know, tried to do it and then tried to insert a womb into a man, you know, and
mm,
all those books, the Night of the Burning Books, you know,
mm,
that was what Hitler was getting rid of, you know, and you know, Patton, what's he called? Patton, General Patton. You know, he turned around and he said, "We're fighting the wrong enemy." You know, his great speech, "We're fighting the wrong enemy." You know, and now our children are going through what they want in the Talmudic rituals and the Talmudic book. They they still spend 7 years researching and learning that crap. After they've spent 7 years learning it, they then spend another further 2 years reading it again. So they spend 9 years reading the Talmud and studying the Talmud, and then they force it on the rest of the world. 0.2% of the world force their book on the rest of the world and their beliefs and their rituals.
to be honest, you've always been honest in a way. In a way, you said what you gotta say, and that's something special at the end of the day. You know, smiling. I'm being honest. I'm being honest, and I was listening to you on the panels and G Block and whatever. I was thinking, oh, this guy says it how it is, and there's certain things that what he says is backed up at the end of the day. Like, this guy don't talk rubbish at the end of the day. So
Yeah, stick around. He'll drop some truth bombs on you.
no, I'm being honest. So
Yeah, dropped a few on my head.
did he?
See, I'd
Yeah,
love to
so
go. I'd love to go
so I
back.
gotta
I'd love to go
respect you
back
for that.
over.
I gotta
I'd
respect you
love
for
to go back over the valleys, you know. But I stayed away from there because it got all toxic, and it was all channel per channel toxic. You know, it wasn't toxic in the topics. It just got toxic with the arguments between each other, and then one person doing, restreaming the other person's live, and the other person restreaming the
yeah.
other person's live, and it just got too toxic. And it was like, hang on a minute, we're all talking about the same things, we're all debating the
Yeah.
same things. Let's get back to that and stop the fucking drama and the politics between whose channel is better than whose channel.
Yeah.
Who gets the most views? I don't
To
give
be,
a flying fudge about how many people watch
to
me.
be honest, I did notice that when you was on, and then there were certain people trying to divert the conversation and whatever. There was certain things going on,
Oh yeah,
and
because
they
people
were
don't
trying
like.
to cut you off in a way. I don't know, like, but basically, you're always going to get these kind of people coming in and cut you off. But Smiling, I really love to listen to you when you was on, but there were certain people who were cutting you off.
Hello.
Do you understand? Yeah, they were
Well,
cutting you
what's he
off.
called? What's he called? Disco Man that was a co-host. I can't remember his bloody name.
Mm.
You know who I mean? Used to do the evenings. He used to turn my fucking mic right down to 0
What panel was that on?
on Velez. He used to turn my mic down so I couldn't engage in the conversation, and I have to keep going in and turning my mic back up again.
What the?
He would shut me down. I can't remember what he's called. You know what I mean? The one that used to co-host it in the night time, and then he got Valley a couple of stripes.
Are you talking about what's his name?
The
One
scientist that isn't
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. One sec.
the scientist that isn't a scientist.
Scientist or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, science. Yeah, what's he
Memphis.
called? Yeah,
Science methods or whatever.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, he used to turn my fucking
Yeah,
microphone
he
down.
kicked me off. He
Mm.
kicked me off when I first went on there. He kicked me off. That's why I don't jump on there. I'm being honest. I don't jump on there.
Valley's been over here a few times when I've done different debates. He's been over here a few times. It's been good.
Oh, is it? I didn't know.
Yeah.
Gotta go. Good night, Smiler. Good talking to
All right,
you.
Max, you take it
Nice
easy,
meeting you.
mate.
Matt,
Thanks.
don't do a runner. I want an argument. Come on.
Cheers. I gotta go.
I need an argument,
It's
mate.
bedtime in Canada.
All right,
All
take
right,
care.
mate, you take
Have a
it
good one.
easy.
Respect Canada.
No,
Yeah.
Max has got a really good channel. He does a lot of frequency stuff and what have you.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. He's a good guy.
To be honest, I've been like listening to you, and I'm sure you've seen me on the chat. Back years, 2 years or whatever, year and a half,
Yeah.
2 years. I've always respected you, because you had the negative people, saying certain things and whatever, and you was always had the backup what you said.
Yeah, you got to, haven't
Yeah,
you?
yeah,
You know, because
and
you got the doubting Thomases in the room, and you know you've got to bring the backup to show your evidence. You know, you can't just go. But I mean, you got Babs and Wendy. You know, it fucking spout a load of shit, but haven't got any evidence to back up their shit. So
yeah,
you bring the evidence to fucking argue against them. Hello, Bird Nest.
Bird Nest.
Yeah, Bird Nest Rat Fest. You know Bird Nest.
Yeah, is he? Is he?
Yeah.
Is he? I can't see the chat, so yeah. Is
Oh, I
that the
know
bird?
Bird
Big
Nest.
up, bird.
Yeah, Bird Nest Rat Fest.
Is he? Is he on the chat? I can't see the chat, so
Yeah, in the chat, just said all right. Yeah, yeah. I
yeah.
get quite a few. I get quite a few of Valley's followers that come over.
Yeah.
But obviously, I'm on a strike on my other channel.
Why? What happened?
I put up a video and it was talking about the knife that the Jewish folk used for circumcision.
Oh my god! You can't.
Yeah, they didn't like it.
You got to be careful what you say and what you do these days. You know what? Online, they're getting a bit serious on certain little bits and whatever. But at the end of the day, it is a free speech. At the end of the day,
No,
but
it's community. It's community that report you right now.
okay.
If my channel wasn't in that community
Yeah,
and I didn't have certain community members, then I wouldn't get the strikes. But because you've got certain members of that community or the other community, because you've got certain members, then they
yeah.
like to report you to YouTube. You know.
Yeah, to be honest, there's so much bitching online. You know, like they wait like a hawk. And soon as something's been said or played, they're like, bang!
Yeah.
You know, because that's the only thing they have in their life, isn't it? So, but
Some people just don't like the truth coming out.
the truth, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well said, yeah, the truth coming out, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
It's a ritualistic knife that they use on little boys, right? That
Yeah.
is like all surgical knives. You know, if you imagine like in the UK or the rest of the world, they use a surgical knife, a scalpel. Yeah. Well, that scalpel, prevents a lot of blood loss. Yeah, by the way it does as cutting. Well, to use the ritualistic knife, the ritualistic knife is blunt and jagged knife, which causes more blood flow. So that the rabbi can then do his as Blunt puts it, his Jewish oral suction on. You know?
I didn't know, but yeah.
Yeah, it creates more blood loss. You know? Unlike the scalpel, which prevents blood loss. Yeah, surgical knives are supposed to be sharp. Well, their knife isn't a surgical knife. It's a ritualistic tool. Hello, Twin Flames.
Twin flames.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you triple your flames? Bird, big up. I can't see the chat.
She's talking about the USA campuses and the free speech, you know. Yeah. Trump shut all that down, and he's shut free speech down now in the campuses. He's gone down the Zionist route and shutting them all down. He's gone down the Mossad route because Mossad were in there shutting all the campuses down, and Israel cried when all the campuses were speaking the truth. So Israel wanted them all shut down. They put agent provocateurs in there. You know, the same as the demonstrations, they put agent provocateurs on the streets with certain flags, and then eventually they get caught and they're found out to actually be Jewish, and you know, so that everybody can point the finger and say, well, they were wearing a green bandana or they were waving that particular flag. And you know, all these Palestinian protesters, Hamas supporters. You know, it's all propaganda. You know, and it was, you know, we get it on the streets of London.
Anyway, we are in 2025. What's this?
We are. Morning, Jimmy. Wakey. Hiya, Smiler. It should be no flames though. Why ain't you got no flames? You got plenty of flame. Just
Smiley,
fucking ignore
Smiley,
Ginger Ring, the fucking little twat, trying to
Smiley,
cause arguments.
on. Let me have a little argument with someone.
Oh, Jimmy will be on in a minute. The link's
Come
pinned,
on,
Jimmy.
Jimmy, give it, Jimmy. Come on.
We don't have arguments over here, though. We have debates.
Yeah, I know.
Twin.
I know.
Like I said in the chat, right? Whatever fucking Nathan wants to show, yeah. Me and you have done it in the public. Me and you have done it in the private. You know, whatever he wants to fucking show, it's all out there anyway. You know,
come on, Jimmy.
And what we've said to each other, we know it. You know, so the same leaf out of Michelle's book. Fuck him. He's a little ginger fucking pussy. He's a wank stain, you know, and he's a fucking waste of fucking fresh air. Fuck him. He's a twat.
Don't say. Come on. Don't say Jimmy's a twat. Come on, behave.
No, Jimmy's not a twat.
I'm joking.
Jimmy's not a twat. Jimmy's fucking Thailand.
Jimmy.
Someone say argument. Morning.
Morning.
Morning. Is that Jimmy?
Morning. Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy.
How you doing, mate?
Shine on, Bruce. I'm doing. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Are you the original Jimmy?
I don't know how to answer that one. Original Jimmy.
Jimmy, I just sent you a video clip. I don't know whether you've had it already. It's funny as fuck.
Oh, was it the fatty one?
Yeah.
What?
Because she's expanded in the last few weeks, days, months.
Oh, what was that hairstyle all about? Didn't she fucking panic?
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
shit, the camera's on. Oh.
That's what happens. Too much YouTube. When you make YouTube live 24/7, you need to get some cut down your pork life and get some exercise.
Yeah, lying in the bed, fucking munching away. Fat slob.
Fucking hell. I actually thought it was a myth that it was that big. It turns out it was true.
What's that fringe like? Oh, look at that.
Oh dear.
It's
I think Wells will be good as well.
Do you know what? It's a pleasure to meet Jimmy.
Thank you.
And I'm being honest.
So what are you about then?
What do you want to know?
know, what you're about, like your interests
Okay.
on your interest in YouTube.
I respect everyone. I will say what I gotta say to the negative people on YouTube, the haters, the negative people causing hate and division.
Do you hate the haters?
As I said,
Got you there.
no, one second. I will say what I've got to say to the haters and the division, causing hate and divisions online. I will
H
call
division.
them out.
And what do you do when you call them out? Are you
They
like
know,
a
innit?
trained assassin? Your hands registered
They
the
know
weapon?
because that's why I'm still here.
Oh, nice one, nice one. Who do you hate the most?
No one.
Oh, but you'll smash up a hater, yeah. But you do it because you like them.
It seems
Do
like I
you like
don't.
the haters? Do you like the haters? No, I'm
Sometimes
just
it.
fucking with you.
I know you are. I know. Basically, I get on with anything, everyone, and whatever. Like with Smiley and yourself and whatever. But say my name or try to disrespect me, and then yeah, I will attack and say what I've got to say. Someone to disrespect me for no reason, I'm not gonna have it.
What's your best form of attack?
My best is being nice.
Yeah, people don't like nice, do they?
Mr. Nice.
They prefer triggered.
Yeah, basically, yeah, they like to be. They want to trigger you, but basically, they can't trigger me.
Kill them with
Words.
kindness.
Now, they want to push your buttons, and they want you to say certain things, but words don't hurt me. Words don't hurt me, and that is the end of it. The words don't hurt me. Say it to my face, and that is a different story. Online, your mum, I'm gonna do this to your mum, I'm gonna do that to your family. Say it to my face, and then we'll see.
You wouldn't want to do that to my mum. You haven't seen the state of her.
Sorry?
You wouldn't want to do that to my mum. You ain't seen the state of her.
Behave yourself. You fucking idiot. Behave yourself. I'm learning your category now, the way you behave. The way you are. Yeah, but that's life, isn't it?
Yeah, that's life.
Yeah, but it seems like you like going online and going crazy and saying certain things.
Yeah, I love doing that, man.
It's like a buzz to you, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Get a kick out of it.
Yeah, but don't start on me. God help you. Behave yourself.
Does that sound like a
Shut
threat?
up. Shut up, James. The smiley
Took
must
a
be
comment.
from the Zara days.
What's that?
Smiley must be from the Zara days.
Zara.
No, JPM is what Valley used to call me, and it's what a couple of the others used to call me. Instead
Oh,
of saying
right. Okay.
Smiler, they call me Smiley, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I know you as Smiley or something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Always
yeah.
known you. But the thing is, Smiley, I've always never. Anyway, yeah, you can say what you got to say.
Yeah, you've never what? Smiley, you've never.
Never been on the panel to have a conversation apart from now. So I'm
Where
sure
do you
you've
normally hang
seen me on the
about?
chat.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Where do you normally hang about? I haven't seen you on this tube.
Yeah, I'm a person who's
Speaker's corner side.
Roger that.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. You got something to say?
Does it kick off a lot of Speaker's Corner? All that free speech.
Do you like free speech?
I like it, but I reckon there should be like a boxing ring next to Speaker's Corner. It's a free punch as well.
So you like a bit of punch, yeah?
I think I mean, if you're going to upset someone, you might as well, you know, by speaking the truth, people are going to get upset, so they're going to want to fight. You might as well do it in a safe environment.
Basically, I do understand what you're saying. Basically, outside the speaker's corners, because speaker's corner is limited to it. You know, you can say what you got to say, but when you come out of speaker's corners, God help them.
Can you go to Speaker's Corner and say there's a big fire down the road?
To be honest, speaker corner is you can disrespect anything and whatever you say or about a person or a family. You can get away with it, but when you walk out of speaker's corner and you try to do it, then God help you.
So
Mm.
you get a lot of drunk people at Speaker's Corner.
You get all sorts of people in speaker's corner. You get undercover.
Speakers.
No,
Oh, why?
undercover.
Hang on. Who's gone live, Blunt? Who's gone live? Later, Smiler. I got so much to hate on, according to Ron. Have a good one, boys. Are you still there, Blunt? Who's gone live?
Let's have a look. Sarah Strong. Can't see Ron live.
No. Where's the debate enter? No one, mate. Just going to sleep. So you're fighting them in your sleep. All right, mate. I'll see you tomorrow somewhere.
Yeah. Anyway, Smiley, long time. Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna go in a minute, and I thought, yeah, when you,
Go pick up my daughter.
yeah, Smiley, yeah, big respect to you because at the end of the day, you said, you said what you got to say at the end of the day, and at the end of the day, you had the backup of what you said, the evidence and whatever, in a way, yeah. So, yeah, well
Yeah, no
done.
worries. I enjoyed it. one day, Velez will return back to normality, and I'll go back over again.
To be honest, I don't know. Veli at the beginning was sort of like in a different mind and believing in a certain category or groups, if you know what I'm saying. I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now he has noticed, Smiley, he has noticed the bullshit what is coming in.
Yeah.
So it'd be good if you go on there, trust me.
Yeah.
Because
If he's,
to be
if
honest,
he's,
Smiley,
if
it
he's
is
live later on, I'll pop over and say hello.
yeah. And say I said hello as well.
Yeah.
But honestly, what you experience is these negative people, the grannies, these whatever, the liars and whatever attacking. But with Veli, he's attacking them now. The
Yeah, I know.
liars.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But do you know what? It'd be amazing and from my heart. If you do go on there, it'd be a good thing.
Yeah, I
Because you
noticed.
know,
I noticed that he's lost a lot of the old panelists. You know, where we used to have good debates. You know, they also stopped going over, didn't they?
to be honest, you know,
Taffy was quite funny.
yeah, but Taffy is like not a big thing or anything. Taffy is Taffy at the end of the day.
Yeah, Taffy's sound. I like Taffy.
Yeah. I like Taffy. He blocked me. Never said a bad word about him, but maybe he knows I'm a strong-minded person, and I'm gonna say when he says something, I'm gonna say something back to him. So yeah, fair enough. He blocked me.
Yeah, he comes over on my main channel quite often.
What, live on the chat?
Yeah, on the panel.
Oh,
Yeah,
bless
Taffy.
him.
Yeah, we have quite a good laugh.
Tell him Shine said, "Oh, big up, or bless, or whatever."
Yeah.
I don't hate no one, so. But life is life. But listen, I want to see you back, and I mean it.
On the block.
Yes, I want to see you back, and don't let no one take advantage and take the piss out of you, because you know what? You've been a strong-minded person, and you always gave the answers back. You know when they tried to lie to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you said, hold on. And you know what? They hated it. They hated
I know.
Yeah. And to be honest, it'd be good to have someone like you back on there. And I'm being honest. And don't let these liars and fake people get away. Do you know what I mean? So
I'll be back on the block again soon.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And I would love to hear and listen again. Maybe I will jump on as well on the block, which I've never ever did. There's a reason why, because it's a minor thing, but maybe I will jump on as well. So we'll
It'd be
see.
good. Yeah, it'd be
Huh?
good. Yeah, it'd be good.
Maybe I will. If you jump on, maybe I will jump on, and we'll see how it goes, isn't it?
The
God
JPM.
help them.
Fucking hell, Spider. How many communities have you ruined? Not as many as you, James. Not as many as you.
Yeah, what? Oh, I can't see the chat. What are they
Yeah.
saying on the chat?
James is saying, fucking hell, Smiler. How many communities have you ruined? Smiler, for fuck's sake.
Oh dear. Anyway, yeah, all the best on that, and you
Yeah,
know,
you take it easy, mate.
yeah,
Might see you in G Block soon.
make sure you do.
All right.
All right, take care. All
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 right,
the best.
mate. You take it
Appreciate
easy.
that. You as well,
Speak
mate.
soon.
Right,
Speak
bye,
soon.
bye.
Cheers. Thanks for coming up. Spider never runs away from questions. No, I always answer my questions. People say I don't answer my questions, but when they're bombarding you with questions, which ones are you supposed to answer? You know? Vincent's got this knack of asking you 6 questions. He asks you 1 question, you start answering it, and he asks you 3 more while you're answering the first one. He's good at that. That's his tactics. He don't let you answer the first question. I'm gonna go on the moon. I'm gonna go on the moon and the Flat Earthers channel soon, James. See how we get on with that one. Tell them the extension lead from fucking Earth to the moon was fucking cut halfway. Peace out, Shines. No fucking positive and negative fucking lead was a fucking long lead. And when they flew up, was it Apollo that flew to the moon? I can't remember which one it was that was supposed to have gone to the moon. They fucking dragged that cable reel all the way up with them. That was a big fucking cable drum, that was. And those burners, those fucking afterburners, they never melted that cable. But I don't know where the extra transformers were, because they would have had extra transformers, because like when we used to lay the radio cables down or the telephone cables down for trenches and what have you, we had extra transformers to boost the signal. So in that curly flex wire, I wonder where theirs were. So nobody else has gone live. Jimmy's picking his kids up. And it's just me on my lonesome. Billy, no mates. So I'll be all on my Todd. But yeah, it's 10 to 4 in the morning, isn't it? Another 5 minutes and then I'll end it. Been on 4 hours. can't believe that I only wanted an hour's nap. You know, when you've had something to eat, you know, and it's nice and warm, and you can see the weather outside, and you think, oh, it's nice and warm, you know, and you just chillaxed after having something to eat, and you feel that tired. So I thought, oh, I'll go and have a lie down, have a granddad nap for an hour. 6 hours later, I wake up, ping, wide awake. Wide awake. Oh, those flying saucers, they're brilliant. You stick them in your mouth, stick your tongue on, stick them on your tongue, and then stick them to the roof of your mouth. And wait for them to dissolve, and just stick to the roof of your mouth. Let all the sherbet come out of them. They were good ones, they were, flying saucers. Then you used to get the swizzle sticks, dunk the swizzle stick. You do that, yeah. You get the blue ones, the pink ones, the white ones. They all tasted the same, though. Mum's going in the shop. What do you want from the shop? Oh, can you get me a bag of those cardboard sweets? What do you mean cardboard sweets? You know, those little frisbees, flying saucers. It was like dissolving cardboard on the roof of your mouth, wasn't it? Then the bubble gum, used to call that beetle blood. Where are you, chatters? Where have you all gone? There's only me and Twin Flames talking now. Even JPM's given up. No, can't beat them. Blackjacks and custard cream. Was they called custard creams? You had the little mojos, wasn't it? Paddy mojos. The old sherbet lemons. They used to make your gums fucking retract, didn't they? Sherbet lemons. You suck the lemon, and then all of a sudden the fucking sherbet used to come out. Whoa! Mojos. Then you had the imps. Do you remember the imps? The little tiny little squares, the little tiny imps. And then after that, imps came out, and then after that, Tic Tacs came out, didn't they? Wham bars. Have you seen the Caramacs? Caramacs are back out now, but they taste different. And they've gone skinny. They've gone really, really skinny, Caramac. Snickers used to be marathons, but everywhere in Europe they were called Snickers. Like when I was based in Germany, I used to buy Snickers in the Naffy, but in the UK they were still called marathons. Dime bar. No, dime bar. Yeah, opal fruits. But it's like Mars bars. You know, when they brought out that double Mars bar years ago, you couldn't eat the whole fucking Mars bar because you felt sick on those two double Mars on that double Mars bar. Now, a double Mars bar is the original size of a normal size Mars bar back in the day. They ain't half ripping us off. They've stopped doing my favourite, which is dark chocolate bounty. Can't find dark chocolate bounties anywhere. They said that they're going to start bringing them out again, but I haven't seen any come out yet. Everything shrunk, yeah. Oh, I started yawning again. Dark chocolate's the best for you. It's a healthy option. After eights. I love after eights. But even now, you can sit there. I can sit there and I can eat a whole box of fucking after eights and not feel sick. They just get moorish, don't they? You just stick them on your tongue and let them dissolve. Whereas when I was a kid, you know, you had like 7 or 8 after eights, and then that was enough because you felt sick. Now you can eat a whole fucking box and not feel sick. Something going on. They've got thinner. But it's got to be the real after eights. It can't be the copies. The copies are shit. As a kid, we were told they were adults are what after eights. But it's like when you used to stay in a hotel, you used to have sweets on the pillow, didn't you? You'd have a mint, you know, or if you was in a restaurant and after your meal, they'd give you a coffee with an after eight or with a mint biscuit served with your coffee. They don't do that no more. Unless you go to a mega posh restaurant and you get it to neutralize the palate, don't you? Yeah, I had. Yeah. 4 minutes, 4 o'clock. Nobody wants to come up, man. I'll be shutting down at 4 o'clock. What's the update? What's the update say? Where'd you go? Oh, channel dashboard. Channel dashboard is still saying 2 days. Yeah, take it easy, twin. Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping in. Sorry, people. I'm Oski. It's been a laugh. No dramas. All good. I'm going to say good morning, good night. Well, look, can't see anybody else live. Oh, Bright. I'm Oski now, mate. All right. I shall see you all anon. Take it easy.